Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, group of hugs.
Mary Santora is in Midtown Manhattan.
What up?
And Poundcake is in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Monday.
It is a Monday. It's, yeah. Hey, if you want to join us, please do. We'd love to have you. In whatever way you see fit, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, 35192 if you want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com, all the other stuff. Did you guys get that big snow that was promised?
No.
You didn't get it. Was it rain?
It was a mix of like a wintry mix.
I was going to say, they call that a wintry mix.
Wintry mix. No, it was like big, heavy, giant snowflakes. Because it was
Love
like
big
30.
heavies.
Oh, okay. It was
Even
like
with
38
even with this
degrees.
weather, Bill likes just sloppers coming down.
I see that.
Mother Nature pouring them out, right?
So
right.
it was more just
Why don't you
like
use that all-wheel drive, you know?
you don't live here,
Who
Well,
doesn't
don't-
live there?
Bill.
I live
He said he
here.
wants to use his all-wheel
I
drive
know, but
in the
we have
wintry
snow.
mix that was in New York City.
We have it on the way here.
Mary, surprise, he's coming to see you. He's on his way. He's broadcasting from a remote location in his car.
Oh, come on out. No, but it wasn't anything. People were like canceling stand-up shows and all this stuff, like worried about it. It was annoying because it was like this weird rain-snow mix that was causing dirty puddles, but it wasn't anything crazy.
Coming in from Ohio, you're like, what are you crazy kids talking about? There's a couple of messy flakes here.
Well, and that's what I was saying. I was like, it's much colder here. Like the wind, and I don't know if it is actually colder if you just have to walk.
You have to be outside more.
Yeah, but it doesn't snow like it snows in Ohio.
Do you have flies in your studio there?
God, I've had to fold up a goddamn folder so I can smack this thing.
Have
when
it
I
our
see
fly
it.
swatter.
I went into our old studio and it's gone. So I don't know if somebody. I'm like, hey, did you guys see a fly swatter in here? Because that's mine. And they just cocked their heads and. So I grabbed something, and yeah, there's been a fly in here all morning, and I'm not sure. I haven't seen it in a minute, but I
just saw it.
Oh, you did? I've got a folder here that I'm going to use as a kind of a makeshift fly swatter to try to get this thing. You know, we constantly had flies when we were in the old studio, and we haven't had one in here yet, and I don't know what well, I think I know what happened. There were a couple of people who simultaneously came in to talk to me in here this morning. And you know, Bill, that I don't like to be disturbed.
No, you don't.
I don't like to be disturbed.
You don't even like the band Disturbed just because it has that word in it.
But that is the only reason. But they both came at the same time. They had to ask me something. And I bet with them came this filthy, filthy fly. So somebody either absconded with my fly swatter, because there's no reason I should have left that studio, really. But that just means I'm going to have to go spend another 47 cents on a fly swatter.
Oh, no.
Not made of money. But I guess if we're going to have flies still. I thought the flies all went south for the winter. Am I not understanding entomology or? Flies
there's
go.
probably some filth somewhere where they're breeding.
I guess so. I mean, you see them a lot in the summertime, and I assume that's just because there's more, flora and fauna and the whole bit. But you don't see them that often, and they had been off my radar for so long that it surprised me when I saw one in here.
What about ants? Do ants go anywhere, or do they just, hibernate or something?
I don't know that ants hibernate. I've never heard of that before. I'm sure that they're probably still around. You can have.
But I imagine
ants.
they probably just stay underground.
Probably.
Or in their ant
hill.
Well, I'm saying you can still get ants in your
I was
house
gonna say farm, but I'm
in
like,
their
that's
colony.
Just, their colony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know in the spring they collect food
Colonizers.
for the grasshoppers.
Is that what it is in the spring?
Well, that's
You ever seen A Bug's Life?
Yeah.
And
That's what it was a joke. You've never seen that movie because you don't believe in Disney movies.
no, I
or
have seen A
whatever.
Bug's Life. I haven't seen it since it was out.
Well, grow up.
But it was, Poundcake saw it in kindergarten, I assume.
No, I wasn't in kindergarten.
Oh, all right.
I was like in high school.
High school when you saw A Bug's Life.
When
Your friends were like, "Hey, you guys want to go see the movies? Is A Bug's Life still out?"
No, I rewatched it when I was in high school. But no, it came out when I was, I don't know.
1998.
Yeah, so that's like primary school, elementary school. I don't know.
5 years old. That's why I said kindergarten.
Okay.
Are you in kindergarten at 5 years old?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
You know, I don't remember.
Sounds about right.
I don't
know
remember
when I started
was in
school.
Huh?
I don't know. I don't remember what age I started school. I think I started school early, and I think, or they said I started school early to make me feel better about getting held back. So they're like, "Oh no, you really started school early, so you're actually."
Yeah, but
in
those
the
are
right
two
grade."
very different things. That's either a year ahead or a year later.
But both happened. I did start
You
school early, but
and
I
then
also
got held back. Oh man, and then they took it back. They rescinded. They go, "We made a terrible, terrible mistake starting this kid early.
Not ready to move on yet.
Not ready at all."
Well, because you're on that cusp where, like, because of your September birthday, things
Right.
are a little,
I
don't know,
turned,
gray area there.
Yeah, I turned 18 my senior year of high school, so I was the one telling all the kids about like 18 and over clubs because I was able to go.
Oh, I
for, like,
didn't
my
think you
18th
were
birthday.
talking. I thought. I see. I was inferring that it had nothing to do with your age.
No, it has to do with your
The
age.
starting early. And okay, I thought you were implying that it had to do with other reasons.
What year did you get held back?
Because starting early might be because of your age, but you're not going to get held back because of your age once you get going.
I don't know. It was either first or second grade. I don't remember which one.
You don't remember which one you did twice?
No, because I was in an open room.
Okay.
Open room was. I was in an open room twice for first and second grade.
What is
I was
open
in-
room?
Open room.
You can
means-
have sex with other rooms.
Love it. That's you got to indoctrinate the kids early, right? Right wingers been telling people this for a long time. Got to indoctrinate your kids with sex early. What is open room?
Open room is when you have two grades in like one classroom, but it's weird because it's just like it's when teachers partner and it's like you're in one big class but you're not. They separate the first and second graders, but you guys play together. I don't.
And so that
understand it
means you didn't know what grade you were in?
because I had the same teachers for like 3 years, so I know it was either first or second.
I
But I
see.
don't remember if it was first or second.
Gotcha.
And then I was in an open room for third and fourth grade too.
Wow.
Yeah, and that
A
one,
lot of open rooms.
And there was no like set barricade in that classroom. Like it was one big classroom.
A barricade.
I'm just saying
You stay on your side, and I'll stay over here.
This room was just a huge classroom with third and fourth graders. So a normal teacher, I guess, would have maybe like 30 students if that's too much. This one was like, I don't know, 40 kids maybe.
Gotcha.
We had something like that, but we had an actual divider that could open and close. But it was also just other second grade
Like
classes.
a corrugated curtain
Yeah.
that they could slide?
And it was always so fun when they would open that up and be like, "Oh, we're working with I think her name was Mrs. Turk. We're working with her class today, so it's a big day."
I guess
was
you'd have to
excited
have
when they
two
opened up that-
teachers in a
yeah.
situation like that.
Yeah.
Just like herding cats. All right, well, good. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. We're back to handing money off to you to start off the year. $1,000. Next chance for you to grab some of that money, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. $1,000 coming up at 2:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeart Radio app or whatever smart device.
Bowie, your secrets.
I was on tour in the United States back in '89, and we did a show in Cincinnati. During that show, I shouted out, "It's great to be in Cincinnati." That was a lie.
That clip's been making the rounds again. Many, many years ago on the old Conan O'Brien show, he would do a bit called Secrets, Celebrity Secrets, and they're always very, very mundane. But it was a funny bit. And he had David Bowie one time do that bit. His secret was, it was not great to be in Cincinnati. It was great to be in Cincinnati if you were a Bengals fan, I guess.
Not really. I mean, they didn't make the playoffs.
It doesn't mean anything, but
it
it's
meant nothing.
More entertaining to me because of all the people flipping out over it.
Who's flipping out over it?
Browns fans flipping out. I don't know. But
what? Browns fans are flipping out over yesterday's game.
I saw people on social media tearing their hair out, and I don't know. I thought maybe I was missing something. You know, I'm, Bill, you know me. I'm not Joe Sports.
I thought you were. I thought you always said, you know me, Bill. I'm Joe Sports.
No. I'm Joseph Sports.
Oh.
I like to keep it professional. Yeah. But the point is that I didn't, I thought maybe I was missing something at the people that were all upset. Maybe it's just an ego thing or something, because they really did get thumped.
Right, but they were playing with their back. They were playing with the JV team. There's guys that they signed just for that game.
And it doesn't matter.
And it didn't matter. Like, we're the 5th seed all the way through. That's what it was. So anybody that was upset over yesterday's game is not really getting the point.
I thought maybe I was missing something.
Who?
I did read, though, that the AFC North, the first NFL division in almost a century to have all of the teams end up above 500.
Very impressive.
Yeah, for people who pay attention to those kinds of things. Ravens, Browns, Steelers, Bengals. Yeah. But again, I thought maybe that I was, it was 31-14, and I thought maybe I was missing something. But it turns out that I wasn't. And maybe people just needed something. Now, I'm going to go on a limb here. If you spend any appreciable amount of time on any social media platform, it seems to me that some people are just maybe looking for something to get upset about.
What? That doesn't make no sense.
As though they have like some psychotic wiring in their brain that doesn't fire the way that it's supposed to.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
I didn't think that it did either, but I don't know these things.
And you're Joseph Sports.
I'm Joseph Sports.
He's Joseph Sports.
And I try to pay attention. By the way, for the people who listen to us on iHeart Radio, there was much consternation on my part because our very first show back after our long Christmas vacation was not available to you. And I was putting up a stink over here because, of course, I post our shows each and every night, and it wasn't showing up. And I got conflicting reports as to why that was, and so I kept pushing it up the tech nerd ladder. And short story long, if you missed our first show back, and otherwise I wouldn't, unless you guys told me, I wouldn't necessarily concern myself with it that much, but it is up there now. So if you listen to us on iHeart Radio, because
issues resolved.
Issues resolved. I don't know if it will be going forward. The things that I do haven't changed, but I guess we've switched to some kind of new platform, and so maybe that had something to do with it. But all of the other shows, I don't know. Who cares? It was a short week last week. But I thought at the very least, because,
great show.
Well, when we come back from a long break,
so
we've all got a lot of things to discuss and work out. And there's some people dipping in now who might not be hip to the Kia Boys boosting Poundcake's ride. And that's all in there. Mary moving to New York for people who had no idea that was happening.
I'm homeless.
Who's replacing her?
Huh? Who?
What? Someone's replacing her, right?
Who's replacing me on the show?
Yeah.
She has no idea how expensive
Who's that
it is
lady
there.
talking?
So, yeah.
Wait a second.
So how many 25-cent pops are you deep?
Just one.
Oh, just one.
Yeah.
All
I've been
right.
trying to drink more water.
No, I understand.
Water's good.
More water.
That's the
out
way to
here.
do it. You got to hydrate.
Yeah.
Although nobody can seem to, depending on what people you pay attention to or listen to, nobody can seem to nail down how much water you're supposed to be drinking.
Thousands.
You really can't blame anyone. I'm somebody who tries to take care of myself. I'm the oldest person on this program. But you really can't blame people who just throw their hands in the air and say, screw it. I don't know how long I'm going to be here. I'm going to live
I want
like
to enjoy. Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to live like I'm probably only going to make it to 45 anyway, because they tell you one thing and then the next week they tell you another thing. People aren't drinking enough water, and then it's people are drinking too much water. It's like, well, why do you think that is?
What's too much water?
What is what not enough? I mean, every person's different, and, you should be drinking 8 glasses a day. And then they're like, people are overhydrating. Yes, well, you can blame the tumbler. You can blame Big Tumbler for that, all the marketing on water bottles.
Stanley. I blame you, Stanley.
Yeah, people paying all that money for those damn cups.
The Yeti Corporation.
But
Yetis
also,
and Stanleys.
It's not necessarily how much water you drink. It's like the type of water you drink. You're like, oh,
How you
no,
drink it.
You drink tap water? No, you need to buy bottled water. I'm like, that. It's all just a scam. Like, I don't.
Well, I'm not saying I don't think it's a scam. You should drink water.
But I'm talking about, like, people say that a Brita filter is not enough, or you drinking tap
you need
water.
mineral water.
Some
you
people
need
can't afford bottled water. I know you can say you could get it from,
But then also there would be like, well, don't drink bottled water because that just puts more plastic out into the world.
Yeah, you can't win. And I'm like, bro, like, if the water doesn't immediately kill me, then I'm fine.
Let's
I don't
start smoking
care.
inside again. Let's get back to that.
You got to air your clothes out every time you go home.
Everyone who has conspiracy theories about water, I'm like, but you eat McDonald's. Or like, you eat all this fast food. If there's something in the water, you think it's not in fast food?
So, Poundcake, your thought is if the water doesn't kill me on contact, I'm good.
Well, everything's killing you slow. The air's killing you slow.
Well, that's not on contact, though. You made it sound like if you take a sip of water and you don't drop dead,
it's probably fine.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to know what killed me. It could be the water. It could be the food. It could be, something in the air. It could be gas. It could be
all that promiscuity.
No, not so much.
Not so much.
Not so much.
More likely it's going to be the tap water that does him in. Well, listen, I was looking. There was a guy on
the vaccine.
Yeah, there was a dentist on TikTok the other day, and he's going, "I hate to burst everybody's bubble, but the bubbly water can give you cavities." I didn't realize that there was conversation where people go, "Oh, the carbonated water's better for you because blah blah blah."
Well, better than pop, probably.
Better than pop, but he said a lot of people think that you can't get cavities because you're drinking water. But he's like, the carbonation and the acidity can have the exact same effect on you.
I didn't think it was any healthier. I just like the taste.
I don't know about that. I don't know if I trust that because I've heard
that
that
it can... that dentist?
I don't trust that dentist. Because I've heard that it can break down the enamel, because.
But isn't that what causes cavities?
That's what is going to cause a cavity.
But cavities are like your tooth rotting. So I guess it's like that in combination with maybe a poor diet. But I feel like if you're not eating a ton of sugar, there's nothing in that water that's going to rot your tooth.
As long as you brush frequently.
Well, he said that there's acidity involved in the carbonation process, I guess.
But that's enamel. That's not necessarily cavity, right?
No, but the enamel covers your tooth.
Correct.
And opening in the surface of your tooth is what creates a cavity. Literally, a cavity in your tooth.
But a cavity means something's like sitting in there, or something did sit in there for a long period of time.
No, just a hole in your tooth.
Okay.
If it goes unattended, it can get really bad. But because after a while, you're going to start to feel it. There's people with cavities that don't feel it. That's why they go to the dentist, and the dentist goes, "You have a cavity." They go, "Oh, I didn't know." That's why you go to the dentist, because you didn't feel anything. If it gets down to your nerve, right, then you've got a big problem.
I was pissed. One year I waited 3 years to go to the dentist, and they were like, "You have 3 cavities." I'm like,
Why were you mad?
Well, because I was like, now I have to deal with this. Ignorance was bliss. And I took care of my teeth, but I'm like, it was like, you can, if you're not flossing every single day after every single meal, which I was, and I was flossing like once a day, and I was thinking that was.
And you thought it was the dance.
No.
He's like, this is doing nothing for my teeth. I don't understand what all the hubbub is about. All right. Well, what precipitated that visit? Because you could have conceivably waited even longer.
Because I didn't have health insurance. I didn't have dental insurance.
Oh, so then you got dental and you go, I'm going to go to the dentist.
When I got dental, I'm like, okay, it's time for my checkup.
I see.
You got 3 cavities.
Yeah.
And this was back in, right after I turned 26. 2017, I got it through, my job. And then so I got that taken care of. And I haven't had cavities since. So after that initial long time without going to the dentist, I was fine.
Yeah. Well, and insurance companies don't think that eyes and teeth are part of the human body, so you pay extra for all that. Mm-hmm. But that's the fun part.
Well, it's just more expensive. Teeth are just expensive. It was like $150 per tooth.
You got off light. I'm going to take a break here so I can give you some money. It is 17 seconds of a break. but a break nonetheless. But it's a chance for you to grab some cash. We're back to the Buzzard Bookie, day one. So you got plenty of these to listen for and win. So I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
People leave voicemails for us over the weekend. You can always drop messages for us on the Alan Cox Show After Hours line if you want. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan. George here. Just wanted to say that I'm a big fan of the show. Alan, Bill, Mary, and Poundcake. Keep up the work. I appreciate you all for making my afternoons better. All right, have a good one.
That's AI, right?
That has to be AI.
Computer?
Who is that supposed to be? He goes, hey, that's George. We've
I have
never
no
heard
idea.
from a George before. Doesn't mean there aren't multiple Georges listening. I'm just saying he said, hey, it's George. But that sounded very, unless he has an unbelievably kind of stilted delivery, in which case I appreciate all the enunciation. But that sounded like he was supposed to be a fake celebrity voice. George who?
I don't know what that was.
Papadopoulos?
Maybe.
Papard?
Play it again.
Burns?
No.
Alan, George here. Just wanted to say that I'm a big fan of the show. Alan, Bill, Mary, and Poundcake. Keep up the work. I appreciate you all for making my afternoons better. All right, have a good one.
George.
That could be a real George,
Maybe.
but I wasn't getting that vibe.
No,
It sounded very much
it's giving
like
very AI.
All right. Hey, Michael Bolton had brain surgery, and he didn't reveal it until a couple of days ago. Of course, you'll remember Michael Bolton on this show when he used to sing Black Sabbath songs. I said, hey, can you do an opera version of Paranoid? And he said, absolutely. Anything for you.
Nailed it.
He underwent surgery for a brain tumor. They said he needed immediate surgery. Boy, Poundcake, you want to talk about going to the dentist? And they go, yeah, we got to take care of these cavities. Well, you go in for like a thing, and they go, oh, we have to operate on your brain right away.
I'm sure that's how it happens. How many people have gone in for like what they thought was a minor surgery, and they're like, oh, we didn't see this before. We have to take care of this.
Well, it doesn't sound like he went in for surgery. It sounds like they found something as part of a checkup.
But
and
that's
then
what
they
I mean. Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't mean surgery. But like you just, do an annual checkup, and they're like, oh, you have 30 days to live.
All right, I got some inside intel. They said that was your voice.
George?
George said that was Alan's voice.
That's
That's what Rob Anthony just said.
How does Rob Anthony know that?
He heard it, and he said...
Just now?
Yeah.
And he said that sounds like Alan.
It does?
I didn't think that it did.
I
don't
didn't
think so
either.
either, but,
Let me listen to it again. Again, I would like to think I would recognize my own voice. Maybe
How
not.
will we not recognize it?
Hey, Alan, George here. Just wanted to say that I'm a big fan of the show. Alan, Bill, Mary, and Poundcake. Keep up the work. I appreciate you all for making my afternoons better. All right, have a good one.
No, that's
now,
not
that's
my
Joseph
voice.
Sports. That's who that is.
I'm sure that we've all we've all been in showbiz for a while. I'm sure that we have all come in contact with this, but it can be a real bummer when people tell you what they think you look like, because somebody tagged me in an Instagram story last night because they were watching the Golden Globes. And they tagged me because they said, oh, I thought this was Alan Cox for a second.
Who was it, Meryl
It was
Streep?
Christopher Nolan. And I was like, wow, that's what I look like to your eyes, is Christopher Nolan.
I mean, the only thing I can really see there is you have a similar hair style, but
Maybe
that's also
it
like
always comes down to the hair.
95% of men have this hairstyle. So
yeah,
like,
maybe. I was just like, wow.
And you're white. You have noses.
I am white.
You're around the same age.
But it would be different if everybody was sending me pictures of Christopher Nolan thinking that was me. But over the years, people have been like, oh, this will look like you for a second. And they're always different. They're always 9 times out of 10, they're not flattering. Nobody sends you a photo of David Lee Roth in the 70s and goes, I thought this was you for a second. But it's very strange what people's eyes tell them.
Their eyes, their ears, their perception from this show to us doing anything else. One guy in particular came up to me after shows this weekend at Hilarities and was like, based on the show, I thought you were going to be terrible. Based on the radio show. But you were amazing. But I can't stress enough that based on the radio show, I didn't like you at all. But your stand-up's great. Right. And
I
was
have
just like,
told people this.
You don't have to keep reiterating it, though.
I've told people this for a long, long time. I said, I have a friend. I have a female friend. She's the most recent person I've told this to, who does not like Mary on the show. Not at all.
Let me kiss her.
And when you announced your farewell shows, she had a friend that wanted to go. And I don't think I knew this. She was telling me all this after the fact, because I would assume, that's not a person I would assume would go to one of your farewell shows. Mm-hmm. And she told me that they went and they had a great time and you were fantastic. And I said, I have to explain this to people all the time, that radio and stand-up are two completely different things. And as somebody who did both and came from the latter, from the former, I'm like, there's a big difference between speaking off the cuff and doing an hour of prepared material.
Right.
That
that we
works.
Rehearsed
that you've rehearsed and written and you've done it 100
edited,
times. Yeah. And every day on the radio is completely different. So
now,
it's a big plus if you have funny people. But there was this big wave, and I just know this from this side of the table professionally, this huge wave in the early to mid 90s in radio, where there was kind of a dearth of really compelling personalities, right, in like big markets and things. They were like, let's put comedians on the radio because it makes sense in your head. You go, these are funny people, let's put them on the radio. And some of them were great. Some of them flourished. Most of them did not. Because A, they're not used to being up at 6 in the morning. B, they're not used to speaking off the cuff. They're doing prepared material every night over and over. They're not doing a new set every night. And so a lot of people still don't understand that. And I've had to tell people all the time, I go, if somebody doesn't like you or doesn't like Mary, I go, go see them live. You'll know what we're talking about. That's different from the show. They're two completely different animals. I think most people obviously understand that. I'm just surprised at how many don't.
Right. And if you want to see me live this weekend,
Here we go.
I'll be in Canton. I'll be in Canton at the Patina Arts Center, 8 o'clock, so you can watch the Browns game, and then you can come on over and watch me tell jokes.
What time's the Browns game?
4:30.
Oh, they'd come see you after the game.
Yes. So it should
he
time
was
out.
Mary, he was waiting for me to finish.
I was going to say
I was just going
so he could get that one in.
That's okay.
I was just going with the way we rehearsed it earlier.
I lost my script.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
I lost the page. Well, all right, it was Mary's turn.
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters.
No, what were you going to say? What were you
now
saying?
available on YouTube by Mary Santora.
No, I've had the opposite happen where I'll show up and people will see a credit in my bio from radio and they'll assume I'm not a good comic. Well, because that has also happened where there was a wave of radio stations booking hosts and openers for the free promotion, essentially. The comedy clubs would be like, oh, we'll have this radio person come do 10 minutes of stand-up so that they can talk about the shows, and then they're a trash comic. So I've opened for other comics who've seen that I do radio, and then they're like, oh, you're actually good at comedy. I was like, yes, I was in comedy before I ever did radio.
That happens all the time where I'll open for someone. I think, who was it? Russell Peters saw my set and he's like, wait, you're funny? I thought you were just a radio guy. I'm like, no, I'm good. And he's like, oh, thanks. That's awesome. That makes
But he
me
had
so
you
happier.
on his show.
Yeah. Well, he just Hilarities had booked me.
Oh, I see.
And then maybe he just thought 'cause I was local, because that was before I was on the show. It might have been someone else, but like I think Nikki Glazer was that way. Segura was that. Like there's a lot of comics were like, oh, I thought you were just a radio guy, but you're actually a pretty good comic. So,
right.
Yeah.
And you can't blame him for treating radio people like dicks, because most of them are.
Right.
So
I mean,
you know,
Jeff was raving about just the interview that he did on the show. He's like, it's always so nice to come and do this show.
Yes.
Because
comics love coming
Alan
to the show,
gets
'cause it's fun.
Alan gets it, and it's fun. And it was, he does so much other press where they're like, oh, you think you're so funny?
Really?
Oh, yeah. There's a
Oh
lot
my
of
God!
guys
Why
like
would you have
that.
somebody on to like pile on them?
I
Like
don't
you're
know.
doing a morning show in Mankato, North
Yeah.
Dakota, or something. Ah, boy. Well, anyway, everybody's great, and Michael Bolton had brain surgery.
That's crazy.
I got a break. You want to send a text 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free
So the following program will be recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
He's a Satanist where they sacrifice babies and melt those babies into candles.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Cavs win last night by 2. Pretty close. Against the San Antonio Spurs.
Don't you mean yesterday afternoon, Joseph Sports?
What did I say, last night?
Yeah.
Is that Victor Wembanyama on the Spurs?
Yeah.
And what's his name? Chetty Osman, right? Didn't he go to the Spurs?
He's on the Spurs now.
117-115, and the Cavs not here at home until next week because they're doing that game in France on Thursday. Is that where it is, France? Cavs Nets. That is an 8 a.m. tip-off. If you want to hear it, I don't know. We're not airing that. I don't know if WTAM is airing it.
I'm sure they are.
You think so? I mean, they air all of them, I guess. You're going to cut into the Bill Wills experience for the Cavaliers?
I think it's contractually obligated.
All I'm saying is,
I mean, I love Bill Wills too.
If I'm Bill Wills,
he gets a morning off. I think he's fine with that.
Yeah, I guess so. But he's a hard-working man. Anyway, 117 to 115. Then, of course, they destroyed the Wizards again on Friday. So the Wizards can't get anything going. So Cavs Nets on Thursday morning in France, and then back here at home to play the Chicago Bulls on Monday for MLK Day. And Ring is your promo code at CLE Clothing Company. Want to get some appropriate gear all through the month of January. You'll get 20% off whatever you buy when you use there's that fly. When you use the word ring.
Get him.
Yeah.
You want to hear about a weird interaction I just had in the bathroom?
I sure do. Oh, I love weird bathroom interactions. Those are 3 of my favorite words in sequence in the English language.
So I walk into the bathroom. There is a very, very pregnant woman, like visibly 10 months pregnant. And I said, "Oh my God, congratulations. What are you doing here? Like you look like you're ready to have that baby." And she's like, "Oh, today's my last day. Like I'm just here to do an interview with Angela Yee. I'm just, this, that, the other." I was like, "Oh my God." Well, she's telling me about her due date and we're talking about the baby. And then she introduces herself to me and she looks flawless, by the way. Everyone I'm meeting here looks absolutely incredible. And even 10 months pregnant. And she's, telling me what she's doing in the building and how she's this new producer for this TV show and they're doing this big exclusive. And then she kind of started to ask me what I did and what my role is here. And I felt like I was kind of having like an interview in the bathroom, like this lady. But she like kind of, maybe I'm being self-conscious, but she looked so good and so put together, even as pregnant as she was, that I felt like she kind of gave me a look. And I'm wearing like a hoodie and jeans and snow boots. And I was like, damn, if she was even thinking about maybe doing any kind of anything with TV, she just looked at me and was like, "Okay, enjoy your day, peasant." Like it was.
Yeah, but everybody's on camera now, even on the radio. So
yeah, but she was like nice, but there was a moment where the light left her eyes when I explained to her. I was like, "Oh, I do radio. I'm just right around the corner." Da da da. And she kind of like looked at me like, "Enjoy your little coffin box where no one has to see you. I work in TV."
Who was she?
Oh man, I didn't catch her exact job title, but she said she was a producer for a new TV show on BET.
See. Well, she's behind the scenes anyway then.
But she looked amazing.
Yeah, well, she's probably trying to get noticed by somebody.
But,
it's like, why am I wasting all this
she's
behind
producing a show and doing an interview here today.
Yeah, because they couldn't get the star of the show to do it.
I don't know.
People hit me up all the time. "Hey, you want to talk to somebody?" No, I don't. I want to talk to the people who are on camera. I mean, God bless her. That's smart.
It made me feel like I wanted to set all my clothes on fire.
Yes.
And buy a brand new wardrobe.
It's like going to the grocery store in sweatpants. This is what I'm talking about.
But I'm not like in sweatpants.
I know
cold
you're.
outside.
I know
and
you're
jeans
not.
And a hoodie.
I understand. So what was she wearing? You said so from the neck up. You said flawless. But what was she wearing?
No, so she's very, very pregnant, but she still had on she had on sneakers, so expensive shoes.
Yep.
She had on leggings, and then she was layered, but it was very put together layered. So she had on like a nice top and like a little vest and a scarf, and her hair was done, and her makeup was done.
How old did she look?
She's probably my age. I'd say mid-30s.
Okay.
I'm interested when this interview comes out because I listen to Angela Yee's show, so I will give you updates once her interview airs because I don't know who this is.
I don't remember. She didn't say the title of the TV show.
But you didn't get her name.
I did. I don't remember it, which is probably a bigger problem.
You were
than
so
my hoodie.
blinded by her, yeah.
But she's not the first person that I've ran into that, like, everyone here looks so put together. Like, each outfit
Yeah, it's
feels
New York,
like
baby.
Yeah, but that's kind of annoying.
Why? You got to step up.
I want to wear my hoodies.
You can wear whatever you want. I'm just saying, it's better to look good than to feel good. What do you think I've been talking about all this time?
Well, no, and I've agreed with you halfway on that, but
now you're 100%.
Both the morning shows are back this week. So there's a lot more people in the building when I got here around like 12. So what I do, I come in, I put my lunch away, and I do a lap. Because I've met 3 of the other afternoon girls. And so I'll like stop in, like, hey, how's your weekend? And like wave to them or whatever if they're on air. And I'll do a lap just to see if anybody's around. And this morning, there were people in both Elvis Duran and the Breakfast Club studios. But I didn't recognize any of them. But I still give like a friendly wave or whatever. And I was like, man, this friendly wave would probably go further if I wasn't just wearing a hoodie. Am I just being self-conscious?
No.
You're being
I
the
don't
right amount of
think so.
conscious. You're in New York.
That's what I mean. It feels like I need all new clothes.
Well, you've got nice clothes, don't you? I mean, you don't have to wear a gown to work. But...
No, but right now I'm living out of. I just packed enough stuff for 3 weeks.
Well, you
I didn't
need
bring
less
my whole
clothes.
wardrobe
You
with
gotta slut
me.
it up.
Oh, but then it's cold outside, dude. You're walking in 30-degree weather.
It's fabulous. Think of how much you'll stand out. They're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe she's wearing that. She must really want to make an impression on us. She's freezing, but she looks fabulous. Her headlights are on, walking into work, and no one's even going to see her. She really cares.
And no one's going to see her.
That bitch is doing too much.
It doesn't matter. There is no such thing as doing too much in New York. Everyone's going to be trying to do more than you. So they're like, damn it, now I got to wear less. And pretty soon
I was
everyone's...
like, do I need like a look? Should I like have a look where like my look is like I'm the black jeans and jacket girl or something?
You need a big
I
bow.
don't know.
You need to wear a big bow.
Like Sia?
Listen to him.
Oversized.
Oh, that's the afternoon girl that broadcast from New York to Cleveland. Like, what?
I'll say. I'm just like, yeah, I'm just over here in the building. I'm in one of the little tiny production studios with no windows. But yeah, it wasn't like a strange interaction, but it was an interaction that made me feel very self-conscious.
Huh. So who's in there when you're in? Like, is Maria Melito in there when you're there?
Is she I'd met an afternoon woman named Maria. I didn't ask for her last name.
At Q104? I think that's one of ours.
Maria, what's her last name?
Maria Melito.
Molito.
Milito, I think. She's been there for 100 years.
She's
the classic rock station.
Yes, yeah. She's a friend of mine.
She's a friend of mine.
Yes. We said hi and we shook hands and I popped
there you
in
go.
today
She's
and I was
nice.
like, hey, how's your weekend? And she was like, it was great. How was yours? We exchanged pleasantries.
Hey, there you go. Sometimes
Maria
that's
and
all you
I.
can exchange is
Yeah.
pleasantries.
There's her. There's another girl named Wendy.
Okay.
Who's on one of the stations, and then there's another girl named Ellen. Those are my 3. Their studios are boom, boom, boom.
Is it Wendy
So-
Wild? Is that like her radio
She's
name?
Wendy Wild is at KTU.
Oh, okay. Then
I don't
KTU's
know.
in New York. Yeah, that's
our station.
Yeah, that's
She's
probably
like a younger, cute girl. Wendy is.
I think that's her.
Oh, there you go.
Should I be asking for people's last names? That sounds weird. If they introduce themselves to me and they're like, hey, I'm Maria, I'm not going to be like, Maria what?
Maria what?
You know what? Doesn't that feel weird?
Well, no, because you could you don't have to know their last name.
Have you gotten
By the way, you could just Google her name and the radio station. I
true.
assume they have like signs like we do on the door, on the studio door.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you see the station logo. She's at the classic rock station. And so then you'd know who she was.
Yeah.
But I don't think you need to know people. Who cares if you know people's last names?
Has
anyone been?
You're not going to be mailing them letters.
No, but like I said, we exchange
Pleasantries.
like office pleasantries. How was your weekend? Whatever,
No.
whatever. But what, Cody?
Has anyone been standoffish to you or like in the building other than your interaction in the bathroom?
Well, no, that wasn't even standoffish. It was just kind of, I think I was just being overly
felt
self-conscious
self-conscious.
because she looked so good. And then I find out she's like a TV producer. And I'm like, oh, man, they're probably looking for a look. And if you have it, you have it. You don't, you know, kind of thing.
But what if you had been all gussied up and she was like, God, I'm really looking for somebody with an earthy vibe.
See, that's
really,
what I mean.
really am looking for a young woman that looks like she could pass for a construction worker.
Like this,
That's
you know,
what I need that look.
a single mom of 4 who's just really tired. Like, that's kind of what I'm going for.
Well, let me
here.
put your mind at ease. If she's a producer for a TV show on BET,
Probably not looking for
you're
me.
probably not on her radar in the first place. Yeah.
She's
Probably
very
not looking
sweet,
at
though.
you.
But no, Cody, nobody's like cold-shouldered me or been like, I haven't met like Charlemagne or Elvis Duran or anything like that.
How did
but
you meet
everybody's.
Josh? He was just. Did you beat on his door
So
or something?
Josh, the guy that Cody knows who's from Cleveland, you guys went to college together, right?
No, we did not go to college together.
How
No,
do
he
you
used
know
to
him?
he used to run the board for Elvis.
Yeah,
here.
Oh, okay, but he did it from Cleveland.
Oak Tree.
Oak Tree.
Yeah.
Okay. So Josh works for Elvis Duran. He's 2 doors down from me. Like
so
in our
funny.
little studios. So I like walked past and I saw a guy who like a white bearded dude and I was like, "Is your name Josh by chance?" And he goes, "No, that's him." And he like pointed to the next studio over. And I did. I just knocked on the door and was like introduced myself and I was like, "Hey Josh, I'm Mary. You know, we have a lot of friends in common." And I told him about you. I was like, "Oh, Cody said hi and blah blah blah." So he and I also met today.
And how did he react when you mentioned Poundcake?
He was happy. He was like, "Oh, I love Cody," you know. So we talked. I have on underneath my hoodie, I have on a Grumpy's Cafe T-shirt from Tremont, and he goes, "Yeah, I saw your T-shirt earlier. I saw that you had a Tremont T-shirt, and I was wondering if you're from Cleveland." So
Because he's been there for a while now. I think I just remember.
13 years.
I remember
He said he
seeing
moved here
him
in
like
2010.
right when I first came to town, but not much longer after that. Yeah.
yeah, he said he's been here. He said he moved in like 2010 or 2011, something like that.
Well, good for him.
But yeah, so that interaction made me feel like I need to buy brand new clothes and become New York mayor.
Well, but you are also living out of a suitcase at this moment. Like it's not like you brought all your clothes.
No, I brought like
It's a
2 pair of
transitional phase,
jeans
yeah.
and a couple shirts, you know.
All you need to do, Mary, is just walk down the New York City sidewalk really fast, swing bags around in a circle, and you'll be fine. Everyone's gonna think that
In the
you
middle of
belong here.
Times Square.
Not even in the
Or
middle
just
of
be
Times Square.
yourself. That's
You didn't
what
bring any.
everybody
You didn't
wants.
bring any nice clothes.
I did, but I'm not going to wear them unless I have shows. Like I brought a pair, my favorite show boots to wear on stage are like the heeled leather combat boots that I have. And I brought a couple nice tops, but I'm like, if I don't have a show that night, I don't really feel like wasting that outfit and when I am in a room that no one sees me. But I feel like I need to change that
Well,
mindset.
apparently, a lot of people are seeing you.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
Nobody was here last week, and I've met like 9 people today.
oh, I see.
Like all the main shows are back this week instead of last week.
Right.
So now little old
Well, now you know.
Ohio me.
Now you know.
I don't know how to dress New York chic but warm.
It'll come with
Lots of scarves and hats, floppy hats and long coats and scarves.
Fleece lined
Yeah.
tights.
A lot of just dress like those pumpkin spice latte girls in Nashville.
You
that
need
are
a
always on Instagram.
Yeah, you need a huge Kentucky Derby hat.
Not a Kentucky
I don't
Derby
think that's
hat.
Gonna do it. I don't think that's it.
No, that ain't it.
And it takes up most of your body, the hat, and then you just wear like a itty bitty little top.
The problem is there's no place to go to try and figure out how to dress in a fashionable way. There's no resources for women whatsoever when it
There's
comes to
not.
that stuff.
There's no articles. There's no Instagram accounts to follow. There's nothing.
Nothing.
Maybe you
So I'm asking you 3 men.
Yeah.
Of course, we got a mansplain.
in Cleveland to tell me how to dress New York chic.
We
but
got a
also warm.
mansplain. You're OOTD.
Yeah, just a weird interaction, but that's
Well,
it.
maybe she'll
No, I don't.
maybe you'll run into her again and she'll be wearing sweatpants. Maybe she was just having a good pregnancy day today.
Well, and she's also interviewing Angela Yee, so she's done up to be like, hey, you know, she's got an important.
Oh, she
job
was
today.
interviewing. Oh, I thought she was being interviewed, and I was like, why?
No,
Oh,
they're here. Her
I
new
misunderstood.
TV show is here to interview Angela. So she's with BET. I don't know what her does. She said she's a
I see.
producer.
I see. Okay,
So
well that
she's
makes more sense.
here as part of like I'm representing BET.
Gotcha. Well, maybe in her office when she's not interviewing someone, she's dressed in, slacks.
Maybe.
Regular clothes.
Mary, I'm going to tell you the hard truth right now.
Oh God.
And I think Alan kind of alluded to this, but BET's not the place for you. It's just not. It's I hate
that.
I
It's
hate
not-
to say
You
it.
don't know that.
It's not
but-
bitch entertainment television. Oh, it's black. Oh, I thought
My
it
bad.
was bitch.
My bad.
Ouch.
Thanks, Cody.
Just kidding.
I was already feeling crappy about the way I look, and Cody.
You know, he can really take a moment, can't he? And he can rise you up, hold you aloft like the Lion King.
Someone in the chat said Mary could play an overwhelmed mom in a cookie dough commercial. Screw you, man. That's too accurate. It hurts.
Hey, listen, they're suggesting you for on-camera roles. That's exciting.
But it's that's
Overwhelmed mom.
I got like flour all over the kitchen, and like my kids are running around screaming with just diapers on.
And then they
or
just show
something.
the Toll House bucket where you can just scoop it out and be like, "This is so much easier."
Right. My life as a busy mom, I don't have time to make things from scratch.
Some days, just get away from me.
and then they try your cookies and they go, "Oh my God, are these homemade?" Sure.
Yeah.
Wink.
I go to move my like hair from my face with the back of my hand, but I leave flour behind. You know.
Mm-hmm.
The little kid in the diaper, he's leaving flour footprints down the hall.
Yeah.
You should make some sketches where you act out these different scenarios.
Draw my life,
Like-
Mary
like
Santora.
It is
just to show your range.
Yeah. Well, no, that would be what I would typecast for, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I very clearly feel like I look like I just got here from Ohio and might have a few kids.
I mean, the first part's true.
Well, and you guys were like, "There's fat people in New York." I haven't seen any fat people here.
In the building, but you do realize there are.
You saw that one in the bathroom.
There are pregnant, Bill. I mean, you do realize there are fat people everywhere.
Sure,
There just
but
are.
not Ohio fat.
What does that mean?
That I feel like everyone is.
What is
overweight.
Ohio fat?
People
Pretty
here
fat.
are thinner. That's it.
They're
I feel
not.
Like yes,
I
you're not
promise
here.
you. I've been there numerous. I promise you.
From what
there are
I've
fat
seen-
people everywhere you go.
From what I've seen, everyone here seems to be smaller than in the Midwest. I feel like I can make that blanket statement.
They have
with
to
the
be
amount
more
of people walking and having to take trains and doing all that kind of stuff, walking to get groceries, there are not carfuls of obese people.
I'm
on the
sure
subway.
the longer. Well, first of all, you're not seeing the cars full of people.
I meant like a subway car. It's not like you walk on and everyone's fat.
Well,
the people she's interacting with, she's seeing thinner people than what she saw in Ohio.
I feel like you have to be wealthy to be
The
fat.
longer
That's what I
you'll
was
be
saying.
there, wealthy to be fat.
Yeah, because you have to have a place
It's
to
like
live.
the olden days.
And then on top of that, you have to overeat.
Dude, I'm not joking.
Like during
You
the
have to
Renaissance,
overeat.
obesity was a sign of wealth.
Yes.
You got to be able to afford to overeat.
That's what I'm saying.
Afford to overeat, afford to not have to walk places, like take Ubers or cars everywhere.
Yeah, you have to, it's way more expensive. So they're probably in a borough where they just don't leave. They've been in Queens for 32 years, and they've never.
That's where the fat people are.
They've never been.
Listen, there's
anywhere
definitely
else.
fat people that are just, but like they're on your commute and stuff like that. You are going to see probably people that are in better shape.
There's a bunch of fat hoes in Jersey. Go to Jersey.
I don't need to go to Jersey.
Go up to Yonkers.
I'm right here.
Fat
right here.
hose. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess my point is just that Ohio fat is fat everywhere. There's fat people everywhere.
Yeah. But I wouldn't look at
But there's
myself
also
as
so many
fat.
more people too.
I wouldn't consider myself fat. I'm chubby, but here I feel fat.
So you're a Cleveland what and you're a New York what?
I would say I'm a Cleveland 7. I'm a New York 4 or 5.
Okay, you're halfway there then.
Yeah.
You don't have much work to do.
No. But maybe with a little effort, I can learn how to dress properly and accentuate my chubby. And maybe I'll be a New York 6 one day.
Accentuate your chubby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It can work for some people.
Accentuate the chubby.
Or lose
So,
the chubby.
yeah,
who
so
knows?
then I was going to say, so at some point, someone could be telling the same story that they met a pregnant woman in the bathroom, but that person would
No.
be you.
I don't carry my weight like that.
Oh.
I get thicker everywhere. It's distributed well. Distributed well. I feel like I'm having a stroke.
You might be.
Are you just
This has
really
really gotten
excited?
into your head, this whole
It did.
disparity.
I'm not even joking.
This
It
fashion
really has.
disparity.
Because I'm thinking about all the clothes that I have, and I'm like,
None
I
of
can
them
pull
compare.
off 2 or 3 outfits here, and that's it. But then also, comics don't have to look good. So many comics just go on stage with jeans and a t-shirt.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Just be yourself.
Go thrifting
Don't worry
and-
about trying to fit in, or you don't need to be that.
Well, Mary, go
Just worry about being funny and like don't worry so much about your clothes.
go thrifting in New York or like on the Upper East Side, because a lot of rich people just are like, I just don't have the space for this anymore. Or, I'm moving to the suburbs, and they just drop off their furs and all their expensive stuff, and they give it to other rich people. So go to the
Cody
thrift
wants me
shop.
to dress like Cruella DeVille.
Hey, man, if you get a $5,000 fur for,
Yeah, okay.
$1,000.
I was going to say, Cody, what do you think that if they throw their clothes at a thrift store, what do you think that thrift store is selling it for? They're not selling it for $15. It's not like Goodwill in Parma Heights.
But it's not going to be the same because I remember seeing that on like the Kardashians. It was like the Beverly Hills thrift store. It's like the best thrift store in the world because there's a bunch of rich people just, we're giving to charity, and it's just like boots that are out of season. There was no out of season in my house. You wear the clothes that you have it, regardless of what season it is.
Every season is every season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And rich people, that's not the case. They're like, I'm not going to put this in storage. Like, what am I going to do with all my furs? And they're like, well, just give them away. And these boots are like, give them away, Kimberly. Someone will wear those. Damn right, I'll wear those. And I don't even wear boots and furs.
Kimberly has the best taste in clothes, too.
I should call Kimberly.
You're smart to follow her. I'm going to break. I'll have another $1,000 for you on the way at 3:30. Be listening for your shot to grab some cash, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. If you want to go see the band Say Anything, they're on the 20th anniversary tour. It'll get them to the House of Blues in May, but I will have those tickets for you next.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeart Radio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeart Radio.
iHeart Radio.
Alter Ego 2024.
Presented by Capital One. Happening this Saturday starting at 10 p.m.
At the Honda Center.
in Anaheim. Don't miss Fall Out Boy.
The 1975.
The Black Keys. 30 Seconds to Mars.
Bush.
Sum 41.
Yellow Card. Lovely, the band.
The Last Dinner Party. Fans with a Beeps All Access subscription can stream the concert live on Beeps.com or via the Beeps app.
Alter Ego taking over.
This Saturday at 10.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2024, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Mostly cloudy skies for your Monday with peaks of sunshine. Highs in the mid to upper 30s. Cloudy tonight with snow developing late. Overnight lows in the low 30s. For your Tuesday, a rain-snow mix early, turning to just rain and windy with gusts up to 40 miles per hour possible. Highs in the mid-40s.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. At Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance, you can save up to 60% on select mattresses. Plus, score a free adjustable base on qualifying purchases. Here's to better sleep in 2024. The right mattress matters, and Mattress Firm will find yours.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. You know, winter in Ohio can be really sneaky. Just because it's 60 around Christmas doesn't mean that the air's not going to get colder. Energy prices go way up. Now is the time to replace those old windows. Coldplay tour. It's going to play Tuesday, May 14th at the House of Blues. Tickets, info, everything else, go to Ticketmaster.com. 2 for Say Anything. Good luck. 216-578-1007. Be caller 10 or 800-348-1007.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
That Cavs game in France on Thursday, I thought 8 a.m. was, I assumed that the schedule was local Ohio time, but that's not the case. It's 8 a.m. there, so it'll be a 2 p.m. game, is what I'm being told. 2 p.m. local time if you want to see the Cavs play the Nets in France. They're trying to do what the NFL was doing. They're trying to get basketball into Europe. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
American basketball into... All right. Well... otherwise, a Cavs not here at home until 1 week from tonight. So they'll play that game over there Thursday afternoon. And I assume that will be aired on TAM because it's not being aired here on WMMS. If you listen to us on the iHeart Radio app, let me know where you do it. If it's out of state, Angela listens in Nashville. Evan's one of our bureau chiefs in Minneapolis. Tom is in D.C. Norm's in Detroit. Sherry listens in Golden, Colorado. And Ryan is a new listener in Lakeland, Florida. Our buddy Joe Coy hosted the Golden Globes last night. Didn't seem to go well, by all accounts. I don't think that the problem really rests on his shoulders. I don't know why they still insist on doing these. Because a couple of years ago, they got rid of him. It looked like the Golden Globes as an award ceremony was on life support. There were huge strikes because they were like, Hollywood Foreign Press is a bunch of white people and blah, blah, blah. Whatever that was a couple of years ago. And so it looked like it was gone. Combine that with the fact that fewer and fewer, and I didn't even know this was on last night. Had no clue this was on last night.
I only knew because they announced earlier in the week that Joe Coy was going to do it, and then I saw one person on all the social media that was like posting on their story like, oh, the Golden Globes. I was like, wow.
Well, because we had talked about Joe Coy doing it. They went down a list of people.
But you didn't know when.
I didn't know when they were. I thought they were like in March or May. I didn't know. Didn't realize that they were
he
right
got
around
hired
the corner.
And then like 10 days. I mean, he mentions it. 10 days before the show.
He sure did.
Yeah.
So there are a number of things working against him. I'm sure he thought, well, this will put me in front of people. Joe Coy has been a successful comic for a long time. He's not a household name. Most people there were probably like, who's Joe Coy? There were articles being written. Who the hell is Joe Coy? But they asked a lot of people to host the Golden Globes. And, conventional wisdom is that it's a lose-lose proposition to host one of these shows. Because who really cares? Now, I wouldn't call it a lose-lose because it is a payday. You get paid a lot of money to host these. So, Gerard Carmichael, when they decided they were still going to do the Golden Globes, he hosted. And he made $500,000 to host the Golden Globes. When Tina Fey and Amy Poehler hosted a few years ago, they got paid $4 million apiece to host the Golden Globes. So I wouldn't call it a lose-lose. I mean, maybe they got Joe Coy for a couple $100,000. But I don't know. People, all these articles today are about how he just bombs and it was terrible. And I think the mistake he made was throwing the writers under the bus. Or
he kept backpedaling.
Well, you
that
guys,
was the mistake he made.
You guys know this too, is when you start berating the audience.
That's when it gets real funny.
But here's the thing.
But this is a room full of people who are there to be patted on the back. Well, not to be like mocked by a guy they've never heard of before. So it's not really his fault. I mean, he kept pointing out the jokes you're laughing at are the ones I wrote. That
was the mistake, I think.
That, and he looked terrified. He probably was.
He didn't look
probably was.
for
Looked terrified.
that's a very early on comedy mistake that people make, where it's like you get nervous because you're not confident in your material, so you start backpedaling and saying, oh, this worked somewhere else, or oh, lighten up, or like, and I feel like him being a 30-year comic, he should have known better than that. Like, if you're gonna go roast style, which is what he did, own it. You have to own it, and you have to say, this is what it is. I thought it was smart of him to say, hey, I got this job 10 days ago, lighten up. But the fact that he kept going back to that that you could tell he was uncomfortable, which I thought was strange for him.
There were plenty of jokes. When Chris Rock would host the Oscars, there were plenty of jokes that would get groans, and he just kept plowing forward.
But you just keep going, right?
He just kept going forward.
But you also know this with Joe Coy. He is used to performing for a very friendly Joe Coy audience.
Well, yeah.
So when he's going up there, I mean, he's going up there in arenas to thousands of people that want to see Joe Coy.
But he's no dummy. He knows it's not going to be that room.
Right, but it still doesn't change the fact that you have to change your approach, and it's not the approach that he's used to. It's not the style of humor that he's used to. So, I mean, it's a lose-lose situation for pretty much anybody hosting the Golden Globes in the past, few years. So, was it the best? No, but I think people are being real hard on him. Like, this is the worst thing.
Yeah, they are. They're like,
right,
yeah.
calm
It
down.
really wasn't that bad.
There was some good jokes in there.
People were still laughing. I mean, he did a Taylor Swift joke, and they cut to her. And of course, once you go in on Taylor Swift,
that's always.
Now you're asking the Swifties.
Like,
and it wasn't even
the lightest Taylor Swift joke of all time.
It was a feather touch on that
it was
joke.
such a
and it was a good joke. Where he was like, we cut to her less than they do in the NFL. There's nothing wrong with that joke.
That's a fine joke.
Welcome back, and as you know, we came on after a football doubleheader. The big difference between the Golden Globes and the NFL, on the Golden Globes, we have fewer camera shots of Taylor Swift. I swear. There's just more to go to here. Sorry about that.
That's what I mean, right there.
They cut to her, and
he didn't deliver it confidently. He laughed at his own joke out of nervousness, and then he apologized for it. I feel like those are not traits of a seasoned professional.
I think you're right. He just looked terrified. He was probably like, but you had to think that the writing staff, it doesn't matter who's hosting. They're going to get somebody. So the writers didn't start 10 days ago. So the thing, like, I just got the job 10 days ago, and the writers gave me some of this. Like, those jokes they probably had for a while. I don't know. Maybe you have to wait.
The one that he threw, I thought that was actually a pretty good joke. That once you have cellulite and
when Barbie steps into the real world and she has cellulite and a flat chest and wrinkles, or as the industry calls it, character actor.
I thought that was a good joke.
It was a burn.
Yeah.
But it was
the key moment in Barbie is when she goes from perfect beauty to bad breasts, cellulite, and flat feet, or what casting directors call character actor. Yo, I got the gig 10 days ago. You want a perfect monologue? Yo, shut up. You're kidding me, right? Slow down. I wrote some of these, and they're the ones you're laughing at. Look.
Yeah, that's...
Coming from someone who has bombed in front of thousands of people, I get embarrassed watching other people get embarrassed. Like, it's like a trigger for me. So I couldn't even watch back any of the clips because I'm like, ooh, I know how that feels.
But also, he's not bombing, and
but he
you
feels
shouldn't
like
you shouldn't ever not get used to bombing. Like, every time you're trying out new stuff, there's a chance it might not work. That's not what this was.
But it's one of the worst feelings ever.
Well, yeah, it's not a great feeling. But I mean, like, to Mary's point, you've been doing it for as long as he has. It's not all going to work.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
Did Chelsea Handler, like, give some of her audience to him? Like, because I know they dated for a while, so I feel like he should.
No, he start on that show?
He started on that show, yeah.
Or he didn't start on that show.
But
like that show
blew
helped
up.
Bring him up, yeah.
Leonardo DiCaprio, Lily Gladstone, you guys crushed it. Crushed it. The one thing I learned about that movie is that white people stole everything. You guys stole everything. Not like 97%. You guys stole 100% of everything. You took the land. You took the oil. You took the premise of the movie? What, that was your premise? That's hilarious. I don't care. It's just that the room is really white.
It's fine. They're laughing.
The room is just really. That's how I feel. You know, my joke. I am so funny with everything I say. This room is just really white.
When the Golden Globes called me and asked me if I wanted to host, I jumped to the chance and I said yes. And then they asked me if I saw every movie and every TV show, and then I said yes. I lied. I loved Oppenheimer. I just got one complaint. Needed another hour.
I laughed so hard at that.
You what?
I laughed so hard at I thought that was so funny. And they cut to Christopher Nolan, who looked annoyed, but I was like, it was a long-ass movie.
I still
That's a
haven't
funny
seen
joke
it.
to make.
Still haven't seen it.
Like it needed some more backstory.
Everybody in Japan dies.
I love Oppenheimer.
Oh, thanks, Bill.
Sorry,
Just gave away the
spoiler.
ending. God damn it.
Dude, that's not even the ending. It's like halfway through the movie.
All right.
There's so much more movie
Especially the
after that.
first season. Oppenheimer answered a lifelong question that's been on my mind for years. Yes, scientists do get laid. As long as they look like Cillian Murphy.
Like, he's getting big laughs on some of this stuff. So, like, when people are like, oh, this is bombing, it's like, people just like to hate.
I think people who enjoy these shows are mad because they think there's supposed to be some reverence about them. Because these award ceremonies are just to smack each other on the back and go, what a great job you did. And we all know that. But you're not always going to get Chris Rock or I don't know. So where did Chris Rock get slapped? Was that was the Oscars?
That was the Oscars.
That was the Oscars. Okay. But yeah, you come for Taylor Swift, boy. Everybody's got thoughts on Taylor Swift.
I think Taylor Swift needs to act like an adult and admit that she's queer.
Right. I mean, she got a one-track mind, that Jenna. She's really. I mean, Gaffigan did a joke that he said he didn't think did that well.
I can't even believe I'm in the entertainment industry. I can't. It's so unlikely. I'm from a small town in Indiana. I'm not a pedophile.
Ah, boy.
It's great.
And DiCaprio's out there, and his name was just on that Epstein list.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Leo. Yeah, so, I don't know. All anybody's talking about is how the whole thing was. But you can't put all that on his shoulders. Just fewer people care about these shows. Put them out of their misery. You know, when one of these shows used to be on, they'd get like 20 million people watching. And now if they get 3, they're popping champagne backstage. But you certainly don't want to throw the writers under the bus. And you probably don't want to tell the audience that they suck.
Well, here's the thing. Like, there's like, feels like there's a segment of the audience that's there having a great time. And that's not the people that are being celebrated. Like, the people, like, whenever they cut to celebrities, they look like they don't want to be there for any of it.
Well, Michael Che posted on his Instagram a couple different things about it. And the one analogy made a lot of sense to me where he was like, imagine it's the NBA Finals. It's Game 7. And you have to go into the locker room and make LeBron laugh. Like, these people are here to win right now. Like, this is a big deal to them. They're not in the mood for comedy. Like, you're not going up against a very friendly audience.
Yeah.
This is their Game 7.
Right.
This is their championship.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I got money here for you, as promised. We're back to the Buzzard Bookie. It's $1,000, a chance for you to grab some money to start the year off right. So good luck. I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Well, I got some bad news.
Well, why don't you play appropriate music then? Thank you.
I got an email. The subject line says, sad day at Marcinek Farms. Terry the Goat passed away yesterday. Al Marcinek runs Marcinek Farms out there. He's our bureau chief in Carlton, Pennsylvania.
She was the goat.
She was the goat.
She gave me my first kid.
Yeah. And Terry the goat would pick football games for us for a number of seasons here on the Alan Cox Show. And she had taken ill not long ago, and so that's why she didn't do it this season. And Al said that they had been hoping that she would rebound to make a prediction for the Super Bowl, but no such luck. So Terry the goat has crossed that rainbow bridge. She is up there in the great sports betting parlor in the sky.
This one's for you, Terry. Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was really for all of us, but, you know, Terry can maybe appreciate it. There you go. So, sad day for that.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, and that was hot on the heels of Cindy Morgan dying. And that's a real bummer, too. She had nice cans. Remember Cindy Morgan?
No.
Cindy Morgan was a Chicago girl. She and I actually worked.
I like girls with nice cans, though.
She worked for the radio station I started at in Chicago. She was there about 10 years before me, but Cindy Morgan was the hot chick in Caddyshack. She was Lacey Underall in Caddyshack. And she had a handful of movies. She was the female lead in the original Tron, which, boy, as a young 80s nerd, you know, I got one of my first boners from her. She was 69 years old. They don't know what she died from, but she died at home in Florida. They say confirmed that her body is at a local funeral home in Florida. So Cindy Morgan was somebody who started in radio, done some television, and then somehow got in front of the right people. And she, of course, famous for being braless in Caddyshack. And then pretty much naked, right? She was running around naked. They were in the pool or whatever, her and Chevy Chase.
You remember, I'm sorry, I know this is kind of like off topic, but you remember your first boner?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, first couple. I mean, when you realize that there's things going on, yeah.
Cool.
I remember the first movie I saw boobs in. And Cindy Morgan was probably, I mean, between Tron and Caddyshack, probably responsible, you know, and she was doing television shows along the way. She would do like Chips and The Fall Guy and The Love Boat and all that 70s, 80s stuff.
Just One of the Guys was the first movie I saw boobs in.
There you go.
I think the first sex scene I seen that I wasn't supposed to see was either Monsters Ball or the unfaithful stairwell scene.
Jesus. I don't even mean sex scenes. I just mean boobs.
Yeah.
Well, again, I wasn't even really like looking at the boobs. I'm sure I've seen boobs before, but even then, I don't think I was like, I knew it was naked, but I didn't get aroused by it.
I was going to say, it must have just been kind of taboo because you didn't often see them. But it wasn't like you were pitching a tent when you saw boobs.
No, I wasn't pitching a tent, but I knew it was someone was derobed, and my mom would cover my eyes.
Derobed.
Someone was being derobed.
Your mom would cover your eyes when you were sitting there watching the stairwell scene in Unfaithful?
Well, I wasn't watching Unfaithful with my mom. I just knew I would like peer, like if the adults were in a room watching the Unfaithful scene and the kids were like out playing, I would go in and get some juice, and then I'm like, oh, what are they watching? Like, you know, and then, you know, it's either the make me feel good or the, no, I want to stay with my husband. And then you get her good in the stairwell.
Get her good in the stairwell. All right.
But if
he's off getting some juice. Are they getting her good in the stairwell yet?
Stairwells are for farts.
It depends on the context of the boobs if my eyes would get covered. If it was just someone changing and, you know, they were like mom boobs, then there was no sexual context to those boobs. But if it was someone got their bra ripped off and they're being caressed and groped ever so slightly.
Caressed and groped.
Then, yeah, I would get the eye covers.
All right.
She got to treat me equally to my brother.
Your mom would come. Yeah, she only had 2 hands and there were 4 eyes in the room, right? With you and your brother?
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay. But if you were both in the room, she was in trouble.
Yeah, then I don't know.
She had to determine whose eyes to cover.
Yeah, I don't remember. I just remember if I was sitting close to her, she would be the eyes. And then I wouldn't tell her. I'm like, yo, old hands. I can see in between the fingers. Like, got your arthritic fingers. I could see through. I ain't about to say nothing, but I could see.
Arthritic fingers. What a heartfelt story that is. What a real tearjerker. Anyway, Terry the goat is gone.
Very sad.
And but Mare the kid lives on. And isn't there Cody the kid too?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. out there at Marcinek Farms. Thank you for your service, Terry. I'm going to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com. Listen wherever you are on the iHeart Radio app.
There are many harsh lessons to be learned from the gambling experience. And when you play with the Buzzard Bookie, you won't learn any of them. There's 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can be a complete degenerate and listen all day, get an earful of MMS, and maybe a pocket full of cash. You can't lose with the Buzzard Bookie, only on 100.7 WMMS.
Get Spectrum, internet, mobile, and TV. Restrictions apply. Visit spectrum.com for details.
Hey, it's Rover for Universal Windows Direct. Cold weather is back. If you want to save money on your energy bills and stay warmer in your home, call Universal Windows Direct today. 216-243-6648. They'll upgrade your new windows to triple pane glass for free. That makes your home quieter, more comfortable, and more energy efficient. Schedule your in-home estimate today, and for every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, plus a free upgrade to triple pane glass, and they'll double your energy tax credit. Call 216-243-6648 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles.
from the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox. Time to give stuff away.
All right, two guitar legends. You don't say that lightly. Joe Satriani and Steve Vai are going on the road. They're going to tour all spring, and it'll bring them to Cleveland. Saturday, April the 13th, they're going to be out at MGM Northfield Park. Ticketmaster.com's got the details for you. Whatever else you need. Joe Satriani and Steve Vai together again. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeart Radio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, because I sometimes forget how time zones work. I really screwed up that Cavs game on Thursday. But what I was looking at said 8 a.m., and I was like, well, that can't be right. And it's not. It would be 8 p.m. there.
There you go.
2
Now it
p.m.
makes
here,
more
right?
sense. All right, that.
I don't know why it said 8 a.m., but 2 p.m. would be, I believe it would be 8 p.m. over there, which makes sense. So, Cavs, Brooklyn Nets in France. I don't know where in France. Is that in Paris? I don't know where that is. But it's going to be at 2 o'clock local time. Oh, it is in Paris. 2 o'clock local time. So they'll be playing around 8 o'clock Paris time over there. And then the Cavs will be back home to play the Bulls 1 week from tonight. And you'll hear that, of course, on MMS. And then they'll play the Bucks, and then they'll hit the road for a bit. So, your Cavaliers. We were, my car's in the shop, so Gwen was bringing me to work this morning, and we were coming up Ontario, and that giant For the Land banner there, where the big LeBron one was.
Yeah.
She's like, who are those guys? You know, well, those are the current Cavaliers. But I don't understand the design of that For the Land. They spell it F-O-U-R, which I get, a little punny.
4 big players.
Yeah. But the U in for and the A in land are in a different script.
It's the Playhouse Square influence.
Huh?
You know what Playhouse Square is, correct?
I don't know what the Playhouse Square influence is.
Well, that's what it is.
All right, clear as mud now. What do
Yeah.
you mean?
That's like their font. Like their font.
How would anyone know that? How is that? I mean, to
no
have
one
an
does. I didn't say it was good. I'm just
But why
telling
would
you.
they do that?
Because that's the
want
city
people to
uniform.
But you want people to understand. Oh, is that what it is? It's from the uniforms.
The city uniforms are did a big announcement for it.
I remember that.
And they said these are a collaboration with Playhouse Square.
Yeah.
And so that's where that script comes from.
All right. So when the jerseys say the land, the A looks wonky.
Yeah.
And that's the Playhouse Square influence.
Correct.
That nobody gets.
I do because I paid
Well, 'cause
attention.
we talked
Well,
about
pay attention.
it. But most people aren't. And they go, hey,
I
why does it
understand
look like that?
But that's what it is.
I mean, there's a thing to be said for being too clever, trying to be so clever that your message gets muddied. And that's what I'm talking about. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Who cares, right? But I didn't have a good answer. But it's up there. If you want to see it for yourself. And then maybe if you're a patron of the arts. See, that's what I forget, too, is our own Bill Squire is quite the patron of the arts. But for the rest of us, plebes, looking, we'd be like, I don't know what the Playhouse Square influence is. If they hadn't
I had to explain
talked about it early on.
Because I was watching a game the other night, and they have a special court for when they wear those jerseys, the City Edition, and it's got all that gold leaf in between the three-point line and the free throw line. And people are like, what is that? And I was like, Playhouse Square. It's supposed to look like the gold leaf that's in all the theaters. And they're like, oh, okay.
Right.
So,
like, it's great for Playhouse Square, but if nobody knows what the hell's going on, then that kind of negates the impact of your message, I guess. And you know how I love gold leaf? Oh, man. I mean, it's in my bio on Instagram. Love me some gold leaf. You know, it's very, very hard. As much as people want to predict what the future holds, it's a cottage industry that lures rubes in left and right, and it has been for a long, long time. The human mind wants to know what's going to happen in the future. It's a big blank slate. And so anybody who can come to you and pretend that they know, that's very attractive. It's just how we're wired. But in reality, it's hard to predict what's going to happen even 5 or 10 years into the future. So in 1924, when they went to a series of thinkers and asked for their predictions about what would happen 100 years hence, meaning now, 2024, they said, hey, what do you think? It's 1924. What do you think will happen 100 years from now? And these are always great because, you know, even in the 50s, they were like, oh, we're going to have flying cars. And all that kind of
always
stuff.
with the flying cars. People
Always with the
love
flying cars.
I'm never going with the flying cars. They're not going to do the flying cars.
What's the matter with cars on the ground?
People want to fly.
Yeah, but
We have
why?
airplanes. There was a syndicated advice columnist in 1924 who thought that American eating habits were not only going to drastically change our looks, and you could actually make a case that he's correct.
Yeah.
But that we wouldn't have any teeth anymore.
Oh.
Will we have any teeth at all? Will the men have any height to speak of, or will they be all girth?
Yeah. I love it all, girth.
I know you do.
Girth queen over there.
All girth.
If I'm anything, I'm girth queen.
All right. If you're anything at all, girth queen.
I would prefer girth queen over a lot of other things.
All right.
That's fine.
All right. Well, there was a president of the American Chemical Society in 1924 who was worried. See, this guy knows how humans are wired too. He was worried that weapons in the future would obliterate humanity.
No, just the kids in school.
Kids in school. There was no way that he could have foreseen the rise of small arms violence. These people were worried about bombs that would destroy cities. You know, this is before World War II or anything like that.
I mean, so he was on the right path.
On the right path.
That did become a thing.
A professor at USC predicted that horses would be extinct. I mean, cars had been around for a few years in the early part of the 20th century, but he said that the invention of automobiles would render them useless. So you'll only find horses in zoos.
What about for racing?
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he thought that. I don't know. He didn't elaborate. Maybe he foresaw NASCAR. He just didn't realize it. Maybe he thought that car racing would render the equine extinct. One guy basically predicted the internet. He said, people will be working from home. People will be doing everything remotely. Why would he not conduct his business from his house in comfort? Stavros Halkias, by the way, who I think is a funny guy, he's got a great thing that's going around about who could have predicted with the rise of robots, because he's like, you know, AI.
I saw that.
You see
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
He's like, AI and robots were sold to us like they're going to do all this crap work, and it's going to be great for us because, and this is still how it's being sold to people, AI is going to be great because it's going to allow us to chase our dreams, and all the drudgery will be done by robots. And he's like, meanwhile, in real life, AI is doing the art, and people are pulling 16-hour shifts in Amazon warehouses, doing the stuff robots were supposed to be doing. How did this get flipped around? It's an interesting perspective. 1924, a guy said that by 2024, the life expectancy would be at least 100, and we'd still feel fairly young at 75 years old. That'd be great to be, you know, we don't know how long we're going to live. I keep hoping that they're going to get that every year that goes by. I keep hoping that they're going to, you know, stumble onto that thing where they were like, this can stop your age right now or stop you from getting older. That'd be great. One guy said there'd be constant war everywhere. That's true. right? There is. Might not be on the front page, but there is. Women would be in charge, is what one guy said would be the case in 2024.
Poundcake.
Why was he laughing?
He's just laughing at women.
I know. He just reflexively laughed at the mere suggestion. Women would be in charge and men would be raising the kids.
I mean, there is more of that than ever before.
I like that. I've always wanted a stay-at-home husband.
Because you don't know how to make cookies.
First of all, relax. Second of all, yes, I do. Third of all, I want a stay-at-home husband.
I was reading an article in the New York Post last week or the week before about the stay-at-home girlfriend trend. Has anybody heard about that or read anything about it?
People who date rich men?
Just like a guy who has a girlfriend and moves and she goes with him. They don't have kids and they just let their boyfriend support them.
That'd be cool.
And just would it? Like they're just they're hanging out.
Well, for a job like I have, yeah. If you're like doing something creative or
No, but I think the implication here is the stay-at-home girlfriend is the same as the stay-at-home anybody.
like
You got to do
mom.
Well, you got to do all the stuff at the house.
Yeah.
You got to cook, you got to do the housework, get the place clean. There's plenty of people stay at home that aren't laser focused on that. This sounds more like that trad wife stuff, you know? Or they're like, you better have dinner. But if these women are down for it, but the stay-at-home girlfriend, though, seems strange.
Mary, get a home first.
I need a home first. Dude, we got, just a quick aside, I got pho for dinner the other night, and with the wintry mix, it felt like a right match, but I paid $25 for it, so I didn't finish it, but I brought it with me. So now, not only do I have no place to live, I was like walking to the Subway, sipping out of a bag, sipping my soup. And I'm like, I'm the most homeless I've ever been in my entire life.
Why out of a bag?
Because they put it in a bag. Like, they put the container in a bag. So I was like, I didn't pull it all the way out. I just took like a big swig of it.
Yeah.
When I was on the Subway. And I was like, oh, man.
A big pull from your soup?
Yeah, from my soup.
No one thought you had an open container?
No, it's a big, like those quart containers, the whitish clear ones. I don't think anybody thought I was drinking whiskey out of one of those.
Right, yeah. Excuse me, ma'am, what is that? A transit cop stops you?
It's pho.
They're barely stopping dudes with their pants down. I'm just taking a big old gulp of pho.
Just trying to warm up.
That sounds so ridiculous.
It is. It is.
You're fitting in better than you think.
I'm killing it.
Yep, you're doing all right. But the stay-at-home girlfriend is, so in just a few years, we went from girl boss to stay-at-home girlfriend. I'll keep the place clean, and I'll do Pilates, and
keep things tight.
Yeah, keep things
tight.
tight.
And tidy.
There you
Tight
go.
and tidy.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a bad thing. What's the problem?
I'm not saying there's a problem. It's just interesting how culture can change, where a different generation can come in and go, you know, it occurs to us that busting your ass your entire life and driving yourself crazy and making yourself mentally ill at a job that you don't really, you know what I mean? People are starting to figure out there's no payoff for that. No payoff. You know, people that the days of working for a company for 40 years are long gone. And even people who did do that, at the end, they go, now I get to kick back. Nope, because the company just liquidated your pension. Because they need dividends for the, you know.
Is that legal?
Of course, it happens all the time. That's what happened to Polaroid. When Polaroid went belly up, they liquidated everybody's pensions to pay off creditors. So these people had worked for the company for 40 years.
So they're just ass
We're
out
like,
after that.
I don't have any money. Yeah.
But but if that's their money, I don't understand how they can
Because I don't think it's considered their money until the company pays it out.
Wow.
So that kind of stuff happens all the time. So you get a generation of people that are like, yeah, guess what? It could all go away in 1 minute, so why not do what I want to do?
Right.
And you can't blame them. But it has been a very short period of time to go from girl boss hustling. And now, again, I'm sure that this is like a 0.5% of the female population, you know. But I had never seen anything about stay-at-home girlfriends.
But how many people would turn that down if they had a situation where their significant other was making a good enough living that they said, you can stay home and I'll work? And I'm talking like a good, comfortable living.
Right, but then
Like,
you're in the
move
position.
here.
But a whole generation of married women went through that, and then their husband divorces them one day. They don't have any skills. They don't have any money, and they go and they were just the mom. So it might seem great when you're 22, but how long do you do that? How long are you the girlfriend? Because you're not even connected to him legally.
Right.
Yeah, and
You don't have any recourse. So So yeah, do it. I mean, live your, follow your bliss.
But you can't complain about anything because you
It's
need
it's the
him.
emancipation of the of the husband in that way, where if you're not married and you go, we're breaking up, you got to move out.
Yeah.
I know so many girls that just get caked by their boyfriend.
Get what?
Caked.
Caked.
Just
Write this down.
Yeah, caked means you're just getting spoiled. Like, he gives you money.
Okay.
He gives you bands. He gives you jewelry, takes you on vacations, gets you bags. But he's sleeping all over with everybody else, but you got to take it because you have this lifestyle to obtain.
That's the agreement.
Yeah. But, she might know, but she's like, ooh.
She can look the other way.
Yeah, she's like, but he pays my bill. He's like, I'm telling you, after next month's rent, I'm out. I'm like, no, you not, bitch. No, you not.
But that's what I'm saying. It's something that might seem cool because at the beginning, the stars are all aligning. You're in love and he gets this great job and he's like, will you come with me? And, who knows? I mean, you might be together the rest of your lives. Who knows?
But less and less people are also getting married too.
Right.
So they may not, I would assume people are worried where you're like, oh, you're just their girlfriend. But people are dating for 20 years.
Yeah, but I think, but a lot of those people both have a job. This is you just throwing caution to the wind.
Just living off the other person.
Well, and you're
then-
both aware of that. I mean,
right. And then if things go south, you go, I guess I got to start my OnlyFans.
Right. But what do you do, 6 months in when he comes home and he's like, this place looks like crap. And she's like, I was.
You're not holding up your end of the deal.
I was at the
Well, you
gym
gotta
all
hold
day.
up your end of the deal, though.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. But
Dude, if someone offered to pay for my housing out here,
Yeah, you were looking for sugar daddy arrangements.
babe, I'd love that.
But again.
yeah, but all
he's
the
looking for
things that
something in
would go
return.
with it.
Yeah.
I don't want to live with them.
There ain't no free pho.
There has to be free pho.
There ain't no
I need,
pho
I
unless there's some
need
pho.
lukewarm Subway soup, or I'm out.
Yeah. All I ask is a container of pho every day for lunch.
He's like, me
so
too.
I can sip it in public.
I want some pho too. When I get home, we about to.
Bill, you see what he's doing?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, yep.
Listen to him.
He's doing it.
Fire your writers, Poundcake.
I just did this 10 minutes ago. What, you think it's going to be perfect? I'm in a room full of white people. Of course you guys don't like it.
Of course, we stole everything.
Great joke, white room.
Uh-huh. I thought caked meant having a big booty. So, no, cakes is a big booty.
Yeah. If
She
a
got
dude-
cakes.
If someone says the dude is caking you, that just means he's giving you
He's spoiling
sweet-
you,
Yeah,
right?
he's spoiling you. You get goodies there. He's spoiling you. Yeah.
Right. Would you sign up for that, Poundcake?
Depends.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say no. I would have to see. I don't want.
But he's got length, not girth.
But that's fine. Clearly, he's compensating for something else. But I can't do. He can't stink. Like, I don't want to.
As long as he doesn't stink.
He can't stink. He has to be well groomed. He can't have a lot of creases or crevices or wrinkles or stuff like that down
Creases or crevices?
Like, it's
Neither.
just.
Or chasms or crevasses or.
Yeah, I know it's going to come at a cost, but it just depends on what it is. Like, if are we talking like a guy like Anna Nicole Smith's husband? What was the guy, the billionaire?
Oh, J. Howard Marshall?
Yeah, the guy. Do I have to push him around in a wheelchair and look super hot? That's going to cost you. But if he's like in his 50s or 60s, he's still put together. I'm like, okay, well, I will give you, a couple, sweethearts a month.
Yeah, but the
and
person
then-
with the money has the leverage.
Yes.
But
so the
he's
person with
seeking me
the person with the right, but if you say no, thank you, they'll go on to someone
Yes,
else.
and I will say
the
no,
person
thank
with the
you.
money has.
I need to see.
Has the terms.
Just like he wants to see, like, if he's doing a little rent boy situation, he wants to see what I look like below the waist and everything. I need to see what he looks like. Do I need a clothespin on my nose? Do I need to, shave you? Am I going to be doing chores? I need to see where I'm going to be staying. I need to see my quarters.
Am I going to shave you?
Yeah, I need to see
Yeah.
my quarters. If,
Yeah.
if it's not up to my standards, this could be like a trafficking situation. Nah, we're not doing that.
Right.
I need to see.
Right.
What if
I need to have my location on at all
it's
times.
it's like an amazing situation? Like it checks all your boxes for
He's got a lot of
living
boxes.
situation, for all those different things, but you have to sleep in the same bed with him and have to be the big spoon.
That's fine.
You okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You okay being big spoon to sleep?
I'm getting paid to.
All night long.
It's a job. It would be a job. Everyone's got to have a job. Like, yeah, it's a job.
Sleeping with the boss every night.
I'm not going to get everything I want. I understand that, but there's some things I
Non-negotiables is what you're
there's
saying.
non-negotiables. I'm not going to offer my services to someone who does not keep up their hygiene. If you want me to be back there, it has to be well maintained, and I can't be the one to do it because that there's an ick factor in that. Like, I'm not going to find it.
Is it
hot.
extra if he's uncut?
Absolutely. Oh my God.
It's double.
It's triple. It's triple.
Because that's not contributing to the girth.
Yeah, no. The other stuff, that's negotiable. But my non-negotiables are, you can't smell. You have to. I could pretend that you're someone else, but you can't make it. I'm not into I don't even want to say it. No excrement on me. None of that stuff. No blood.
I
no
hope
nothing.
you single guys out there are taking notes.
Everything else, hit me up. Everyone's a prostitute.
What up, Alan? This is Martin. Happy New Year's to you guys. Mary, you're absolutely okay. Manhattan can make you feel a certain way. Alan is right. There are fat people in New York. Go to the boroughs. I have family in Brooklyn. I see them. They're there. Manhattan can be like fantasy land. Nobody's from there. Everybody's there to impress for whatever reason, to get discovered or what. All right, later.
Maybe you should go hang out with Martin's family in Brooklyn.
I should do that.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to break here. I'll have more money for you. We're back getting you some cash from the Buzzard bookie. So 4:30 is going to be that next keyword to get you $1,000. So be listening for that. We'll come back. If you want to go see Third Eye Blind, they just announced Stephen Jenkins and the gang are going to do a tour this summer out at Blossom with Yellow Card. They're going to do July 5th. They just went and say, or they announced it this morning. So if you want to go see that, I'll have for you coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart Radio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeart Radio. iHeart Radio.
Alter Ego 2024.
Presented by Capital One. Happening this Saturday starting at 10 p.m.
At the Honda Center.
in Anaheim. Don't miss Fall Out Boy.
The 1975.
The Black Keys. 30 Seconds to Mars.
Bush.
Sum 41.
Yellow Card. Lovely, the band.
The Last Dinner Party. Fans with a Veeps All Access subscription can stream the concert live on Veeps.com or via the Veeps app.
Alter Ego taking over.
This Saturday at 10.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2024, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Tonight, mostly cloudy, a chance of snow towards sunrise, overnight low 30. Tomorrow, snow changing to rain, windy, high around 45. Wednesday, rain and snow, windy, high Wednesday, upper 30s.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. At Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale
right, they announced the tour this morning. Third Eye Blind headlining the Summer Gods Tour 2024 with Yellow Card and a band called Arizona, who are from New Jersey. It is Friday, July 5th out at Blossom. Big, hopefully extended Independence Day weekend. Tickets, everything else, you can go to livenation.com, or you can win this pair by being caller number 10. Third Eye Blind and Company. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007.
I met Alan. Did you? I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 for you here in about 9 minutes. Back on our bull shrimp with the Buzzard Bookie. Why not? $1,000. About 13 times a day.
I want $1,000 13 times a day.
I know, right?
That'd be nice.
It'd be pretty nice.
I could have a stay-at-home girlfriend.
Is that what you'd put it towards?
Nope.
No, I was going to say, here, honey. Here's this.
You go work. Oh.
Yeah. I like working, man. Everybody talks about how I'd love to have a, I know I have a cool job too, but a job is still a job,
Well, there's aspects of it that if you could have not to do, like there's definitely things that you wouldn't do if you didn't have to.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I like working. I don't ever have any kind of
when you told
concept of retirement,
We're going to be on Martin Luther King Jr. Day because you didn't want to take another day off after having almost 3 weeks off.
Well, yeah, we were gone and I feel weird about it.
Why? Because you're white?
Because I'm white.
But it's a national holiday.
I know.
We're part of the nation.
I know it is.
Juneteenth's in the middle of the week. Are we taking that off?
Nope.
Oh, come on.
We're going to be here on Juneteenth, too.
I want a Wednesday off. I love a Wednesday off.
It throws off my whole momentum.
Oh,
Day off in the middle of the week.
I like it.
You can take it off if you want.
I will
be here.
because I respect the holiday.
I'm here to work.
I think we should be celebrating the way our black forefathers would have wanted.
Well, maybe I'll defer to someone else's judgment on that. But no,
I think you're spitting in the face of the movement if you don't take that day off.
Well, I think it would be spitting in the face of the movement to not be here and to be able to converse with our brothers and sisters in the way that only we can do.
No,
not being here on now again, it's in June, so we've got plenty of lead time on Juneteenth. But I feel a little silly taking Juneteenth off. Poundcake can take Juneteenth off if he wants.
I'm gonna come, but I'm just gonna wear my dashiki.
Your dashiki.
I think if you have a holiday that you get paid for to take off, you should take it off.
That's fine. I'm just saying I feel weird taking Juneteenth off.
And Martin Luther King.
They made it. Well, that's just because we just got off vacation, right?
Feel weird taking off President's Day?
Nope.
White guy?
Nope. That's in February. Yeah.
But it's in Black History Month.
He's like,
now,
Columbus Day, we're taking off. Absolutely.
Now, February 5th is National Fart Day, so I will be taking that off. But
what day
we get this. It's a Monday. We get this list of company holidays, and we used to take MLK Day off. And then I stopped. Then we started doing an MLK Day bit where I'd send out the intern and ask people trivia questions, and that was fine. But we just got off holiday vacation. It feels weird to come back, do a week, then take Monday off. That's just me.
Hey, you're the boss.
If I'm here.
You're the
I'm
boss.
here to
if you
work.
don't want to celebrate the works of Martin Luther King Jr.
I can.
You want to just say
I don't have to be
nothing that he did was important, so I'm not going to honor his holiday.
I am honoring him.
Okay?
I am honoring him by working as hard at my job as he did at his, which is trying to change the mind of the Caucasian and the Negro alike. And when Juneteenth comes around, I'm not taking a holiday off in the middle of the week. Poundcake can take Juneteenth off if he wants.
But if 4th of July's, I think it's on a Thursday this year, taking that off.
Yeah, but that's a whole weekend thing. 4th of July, I'm usually out of town for 4 or 5 days. So, yeah, I'll take that Thursday and Friday off for 4th of July. That's the end of the week. But doing a Monday, Tuesday, and then taking Wednesday off for Juneteenth, it feels silly to me.
I feel like you don't respect the holiday.
I don't have to take the day off to honor and respect the holiday. Of course I respect the holiday. But people had to be dragged kicking and screaming into Juneteenth.
Which is why we should embrace it.
And everybody takes it off.
But we should embrace it and treat it like all the other holidays. We should treat
These guys calling their friend the N-word nonstop. They take Juneteenth off.
But don't do it on Juneteenth.
That ain't for me.
I think Juneteenth.
I'm just telling you what I think. I'm not telling you it's right. I'm just telling you what I think.
I have a friend that works for a company, and they'll call and be like, "Are we still getting service today, or are you guys taking off Juneteenth?" And that's why I think you should take it off.
Because of your friend's service calls?
Well, just because people treat it like it's not a real holiday.
I'm not treating it like it's not it is a real holiday. It's a federal holiday.
Right.
It's a company who's treating it like it's not a holiday.
There's a lot of people that still want to fight back against it.
That's okay. I'm going to be answering the phones like, Alan Cox Show. Mm-hmm. What you want.
And you should. It'll just sound like it's just be you and me, buddy.
Is this Alan Cox? Mm-hmm. What you want?
He's going to tell everybody I made him come in.
Go ahead.
I'm saying right here, I'm not making anybody come in. I'm saying I will be here.
I mean, in the summer, Poundcake, you want?
There's plenty of
you
summer.
Come over?
What did we ever do before Juneteenth became a federal holiday?
I don't know, but
we were working.
If we get a day off in the middle of June,
I'm going to Oberlin for Tappan Square, and they have a big Juneteenth celebration because they're woke like that.
I'll be there with you.
Yeah, and
in spirit, I'm gonna be in my pool, but in spirit, I'll be at the big Juneteenth celebration. But
I think that's when they give away the school supplies.
I'll be there. Yeah.
Well, then I guess we'll circle back around to Juneteenth. I'll just
especially if it's a real nice day, and I can just have drinks in my pool. I'm gonna be having drinks in my pool.
We should do a live broadcast from Tappan Square in Oberlin.
I'm reading a book from a big Hollywood producer, and he went to Oberlin. He's talking about what a great experience Oberlin was.
What producer was it?
Not Jimmy Burrows. Yeah, James Burrows. He went to Oberlin. He's the guy behind Cheers and Will and Grace and all this kind of stuff. He had a very, very storied Hollywood career. His dad was a huge, New York producer when he was a kid and kind of fell into the business, but had a huge amount of success.
Cool.
In the business.
Yeah, I miss it. I didn't appreciate Oberlin when I was growing up there, but now I understand why it is the way it is.
Yep. Well, you never can appreciate things when you're right in the middle of it, right?
You don't know what you don't know until you grow up and know it.
That's right. Let me give you this money here. It is $1,000 to put in your pocket or maybe catch up on if you got yourself into a hole over the holidays. You can make it a little shallower here. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie, so listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I was reading about this girl out Mansfield way who has been missing. She's 16 years old. And, you think, oh, my God, somebody grabbed her and God knows what. There's no shortage. We were just watching one last night about a girl who'd been abducted near Toledo. This is 2020. We were clicking around last night after our daughter went to bed. And 2020 was running a thing on this girl. 2016, this girl had gone missing outside Toledo. And it didn't end well. But there was a girl out Mansfield way who went missing. And they found her because she was playing World of Warcraft. Her gamer tag pinged. And that's how they found her. So on the one hand, you go, well, did somebody snatch this girl or what? Or did she go willingly? World of Warcraft helped the cops down in Florida to find this teenage girl from out Mansfield way. this guy, she had met a guy online, Dunedin, Florida. I hadn't looked to see where that was. I don't know if we have bureau chiefs down there. But this 31-year-old dude had met her, like, playing the game or whatever. And so the cops, her gamer tag pings on the game, and the cops track it or whatever, and this guy denies knowing who she is, but then he comes clean and he goes, I drove to Ohio to meet her and bring her back
Creep, dude.
and then make her my wife. So it doesn't sound like he, like, abducted her per se. I mean, she's 16, still a minor, but if she's in the guy's house playing World of Warcraft, the details on the girl are, like, pretty sketchy, and I think she's back home with her parents, which is good. And then this guy gets a whole battery of charges because, taking a minor across state lines, all that kind of stuff. The Matt Gaetz special, I think is what they call it, down there in Florida. But he said that he told the cops that he had been in a romantic relationship with the girl and was going to hide her in his home and make her his wife. I don't know if he was going to hide her for the next 2 years.
Whenever you have to hide somebody, whenever you have to hide somebody to make them your wife, I feel like you got to reassess the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And when these people meet online, there's always a digital paper trail, whether it's texts or in-game messages or whatever it is. And so all you have to do is go to that, right?
They go, let's get the transcripts, and then boom, you're done. You're done.
Yeah, he said that he was going to meet her in Ohio and have sex despite knowing that he was committing a crime. This 31-year-old dude from Florida. So they found her. She'd been gone, but they don't know if she ran away or...
Well, it sounds like she willingly went
with the guy.
Yeah. She's trying to be a stay-at-home girlfriend.
Now she's a wife, though.
Well, no, I don't. They didn't
yet.
get married, yeah, but that was his plan.
Fiance.
That was, people can be indefinitely engaged, and that's a gray area there. If you go, hey, we're engaged, well, she's 16. I don't know what the age of consent is in Florida, but I'm sure Poundcake will tell me.
I do not know.
Oh, okay.
Why would I know?
You're kind of my go-to guy.
I don't live in Florida, though.
That doesn't matter. You know a lot of things about a lot of other places. Age of consent is 18 years old.
But I wouldn't even, think of that because I'm not looking to sleep with anybody under the age of 18.
Don't fight it. Lean into it.
No,
don't
absolutely
fight it.
Not.
Don't fight it.
I don't need Poundcake the groomer trending. No, thank you.
The groomer. So, hey, I didn't even know World of Warcraft was still a thing. There's so many kind of rip-off games or first-person shooters or online role-playing games, that kind of stuff. I didn't even know that was still around.
I didn't know Pokemon Go was still a thing.
Pokemon's still a thing.
People are still, I'm like, bitch, you just in someone's lawn getting a Charizard? I don't understand.
Someone's lawn.
When over Christmas break, me and Pants and Tommy from my podcast, we went up to Jamestown, New York, and we see Tommy just kind of wandering around with her phone, and I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, oh, there's so many Pokemon here. And so she was all excited about that. So a lot of people still play it.
So where do they find the
Did you remind her that she was a grown woman?
I don't need to remind her that. She likes to play it. What, I'm going to shame someone for having fun?
Yes.
Fun.
Yes.
Why would I do that?
No, I'm kidding. What, Cody?
Where do they find the rare Pokemon? Are they in people's yards or are they in hard places
I don't.
Get, or they're just,
I don't know.
They're under plywood in a guy's barn floor.
I'm saying, what if you saw
They're down in Florida. Come on down. I'll show you all the rare Pokemon.
That's what I'm saying, though.
I'll make you my wife. You'll get some rare Pokemon. It'll be fine.
It'll be great.
Seriously. If there's a Pokemon in
I don't know how it works.
The woods somewhere, and then you discover a body on your journey. Someone was looking for, a Mew, and then they discovered, a body that they've been looking for since the 1800s. And then,
1800s. The Pokemon since the 1800s.
Oh, you finally cracked that cold case thanks to Pokemon.
Yeah,
that would be a great news story. That'd be a great headline for them.
There's got to be something, as long as Pokemon Go has been a thing now, because it really blew up over COVID. People were just outside doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
So they were just, people in parks crawling around looking for. There's got to be a story like that where something else was found that had been lost.
Like when joggers find bodies and stuff?
Yeah. Goddamn fly.
That was intense.
I thought I had it earlier.
I know.
It was
time
on the
I
chair
think
over
I
here.
have
I was
it.
like, boom. I thought I snatched it like I've done with all these other flies.
You got to do it so slowly when you see it. You can't move too fast because my implement will then move the air and it'll feel it. But if you go too slow, it takes off again.
Right. So it's a delicate balance.
Such
You're
a delicate
to come from the
balance.
side or something like that. I don't know.
Goodness. Terrible. Well, we got our daughter. She's fully in her Pokemon phase right now, too.
Her Pokemon bag.
We got got her a Switch, Nintendo Switch, for Christmas. So we play like Mario Kart and all that stuff. And you can check games out at the library with a little, it's on the little SD card or whatever. It's not discs anymore. You just pop it in the thing. Still got to download them for a second. But
yeah, do the updates.
Stuff like that. But I don't know if they're like, first, I'm looking for like a good shooter on Switch, and I don't know if they're a thing. I'm sure some of you nerds will tell me. You can text me if there are. I'm just looking for, because I'm not going to be sitting around playing Nintendo Switch. But on that occasion where I got an hour and I can do that, I don't really want to play Pokemon Snap. I don't want to play Mario Kart.
Well, what do you
I'd like
wanna
to play something grown up. I want to know what like 18+ shooters are on there.
Oh,
that'd be fun. Just like
that's not really.
I know that's
Nintendo's world.
I know that's not their thing, but there have to be. If you go into that Nintendo store, there are clearly no gatekeepers, just because there are god awful games that just people develop and put in there in that store. So there have to be. I wasn't going to spend an hour going through it when I could just use the shortcut.
You just want like do you like GoldenEye? Because you can get.
I mean, I played it on the N64 25
You can get
years
the
ago.
N64 games. Like, there's like a package you can get, and it's got all these old N64 games.
Oh, is that true?
And you can play GoldenEye or any of N64 games. They have a GameCube package. They have a SNES package, regular NES package.
Well, maybe I'll do that.
That's
then.
what I play. Is all those older games because I like those ones.
Because like we have Pac-Man and stuff like that, and that's fine. But like in a pinch, it'd be I don't know if they have. I don't know what they have on Switch.
They might have like the Call of Duties. I don't know, but I don't know if they go as graphic as the other systems do.
Yeah. Doom and Wolfenstein. Yeah, again, my worry is that it's going to be like those OG Doom graphics too, because again, that's not
what's wrong with that?
Nintendo's world, like you said, is not those kinds of games. Right. But I would think that at least a few of them would be available on the Switch.
Well, just get a PlayStation 5 then.
I'm not, because again, I won't have time to really do it. But now that this is in our house, I would like there to be one or two games that I can play if I want to. If I have, most of the time it's going to be her doing it because it's hers. But I'd like to look for something like that. There's a Resident Evil or it's just something where you can, kill Nazis. Not to make some of you mad, but I would like a game where I can kill Nazis. That'd be great. The Switch is not a good platform for Switch. What? Oh, the games are stripped down because it's not as powerful. Well, that's kind of what I was asking too. Is it's like it's not that big of a deal where I'm going to sit there and play some blocky 16-bit Doom game.
And play and get in and out.
Yeah, have fun.
You don't need.
I didn't know if they had Fallout on the Switch or. It did look to be mostly a catalog of kiddie games because that's what Nintendo does. We had a GameCube back in the day and all that, but Nintendo Store has a bunch of old games. Yeah, this is what I was hoping for, that somebody who's doing that would be able to text me and get me hip to it. But again, I didn't even know that World of Warcraft was still out there and still a thing. I was reading about a girl who wants to file charges because she got raped in the metaverse.
Excuse me?
Exactly.
I didn't even know the metaverse was still a thing. I thought that went under.
No, there's people in there doing it.
No, because my brother's fiance's daughter got a virtual reality meta
Quest.
Whatever it is, but you got the goggles and then like the little controllers, and she was playing with it, and she nearly took me out the game because she like punched me in the stomach. Like she was like walking around like, this is dangerous and this should not be for kids walking around the house and you can't see anything, but you really have to like participate in the game. So I feel like you really need like a metaverse room where you got padded walls, so if you walk into something, it's not going to be that bad. But
well, there was a girl. There was a girl in England. There was a girl in the UK who was she's under 16. And she was playing a game online. And she said that several male players gang raped her digital avatar. And so, obviously, the big picture is that no country is prepared yet legally for this kind of stuff. But also, like, that's got to make real-life victims feel real good when somebody's like, oh, it was the same thing, because the truth is probably somewhere in between, because you can't be physically injured in that game. Mm-hmm. And so...
But some people are so tied to those games that that's like their whole identity.
No, nevertheless, that's different.
I'm not saying it's the same thing. I'm not saying it's the same thing.
They're not tied to the game. They're not. There's no ties.
Take the mask off.
Exactly.
Take the thing off.
No, like this is not going to. You
can exit the room that you're in.
You are not going to tie up the court system for lawsuits like this. No. People are just looking for ways to get money and sue.
Well,
Facebook.
listen, I mean, the law always has to catch up with technology, and there will probably be something that they'll have to. It's an interesting case.
If that's the case, are they gonna cancel Leisure Suit Larry? Like, all those games were like pervy back in the day.
He was, but it was consensual.
Well, but they also
Grand Theft Auto.
But this whole metaverse thing, in whatever form it
Those
takes,
are NPCs.
No, you're gonna be convicted of sex trafficking by buying a prostitute in Grand Theft Auto.
But that's an NPC. That's not a person.
It's not a person.
Right, it's not another person that's doing VR and you're running up behind them, and
I hate this world that we're.
No, I think it's great. I think these are interesting. I think that
No.
If you're a real life rape victim, you don't want to hear a story like this, right? You want to be like, oh yeah, it's the same thing.
If you're a person with
having VR goggles on is not the same thing, but they're finding out that there's a lot of hinky stuff going on in these things too, and they're going to have to figure that out. Because that's bad for everybody involved. But you're going to have a hard time convincing people, that you are the victim of sexual assault in the metaverse.
Am I an
just people running around bumping into each other?
Am I an arsonist for setting dynamite in my mom's house in The Sims and blowing up all her Sims? Because that's what we used to do as kids. So now I'm going to be charged for that?
I don't think that's what they're talking about. Again, there's not a person on the other end of your mom's house in The Sims.
But she's playing it, and those Sims are her people.
Right, but
Does your mom play The Sims?
Yeah.
Huh. All right.
She doesn't play with us anymore. She doesn't like.
Because you blow up her house.
She doesn't like playing with us anymore. Because we would.
She's got nowhere to live in there.
We would set up a whole bunch of dynamite in her house and then log out.
Did you ever, for one moment, try and make your mom's life better? Like, not for a moment.
Never improved it.
She would log back in. She would log back in.
And her house is gone.
Everything is. Her Sims are running around. They're plugged in. They're like, they send like a little SOS sign, and they're like waving their hands, and they just burn alive, and her house just was like done. So you see like the little plot that she lives in. It's just a big black hole.
Yeah, this guy. She wants to log on, put her feet up, have a little bit of fun.
Relax. Play a game.
She wants to escape her godforsaken children.
I'm sitting in my room, and she comes walking in. She said, why? I'm like, what?
Like, not even, like, just defeated. Yeah. Just defeated. Like, not even screaming and yelling, why? Cody, why'd you do that?
Yeah, she was like, why? I was like, what? She's like, you know what? Why you blow up my people like that? I was like, I don't know. I thought that's what she's like. I don't wish to play with you and your brother anymore because you guys don't play nice. And she never played with us again.
And by the time she logged back on, you had probably forgotten that you did it.
No, I remember.
Oh, you did?
I knew she would.
You guys set a trap for her.
She was like, I don't want to play with you guys anymore. You guys cheat. She said, you guys cheat because we use like the cheat codes to have these huge, ridiculous mansions. She was actually trying to like pay her bills and like, have like a reasonable house. And we would be like the lot landlord. So we would have like huge mansions in this gated community. And she have this little dinky house. We're like, step your weight up, Mom.
God.
So she doesn't play with us
How old
anymore.
were you when you were doing this?
Early teens. Oh, it brings tears to my eyes because we were so horrible. We just blow her people up.
Hilarious.
His poor mother.
I know.
Oh, you're so mean.
God, she just... She didn't know what she was getting into with you two. You specifically. Trying to live her life.
I've matured.
I'm going to take a break. If I'll have those, want to go to see Set It Off. You dig those guys? They're on the road. I have a couple of tickets for it to see them with some other bands. They're going to play end of March at the House of Blues. 35192. You want to text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeart Radio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Let's go to the Fart Authority. Rover's Morning Glory.
that this dog is. But he hopped up, this couple, Clayton and Carrie Law, were living in suburban Pittsburgh, and they were getting ready to, I don't know if they were going on a vacation or what they were doing, because they don't say. But they had $4,000 on the counter. And these people were like, our dog never, ever does anything like this. There can be food on the counter, and he couldn't care less. But last week, this woman hears her husband yelling that the dog was eating the money. And so what they had to gather up the bits on the floor to piece together what they could, but then they had to wait for him to pass the rest of the money. And so these people posted the whole thing on Instagram over the next few days. They had to go through their yard to find where he had taken a dump, so they had to keep a eagle eye on him there. And then they would have to sift through it.
Mm-hmm. This dog's really paying out over here.
Yeah.
They had to sift through it to find all the scraps of money.
How much
and then
money
they
was
had
it?
$4,000.
Oh, my God.
And then they had to wash the money.
How do you just leave that for a dog to devour? I don't understand.
But they said their dog has never done anything like that at all. They're like, as they described it, they're like, we could have food on the counter, and this dog. You know, in my house, like, my dog's always whining about something. Like, my dog, you'd think we never fed our dog ever. If anyone has food, she'll sit there and stare at you while you eat it. If there's any remnant whatsoever on the kitchen counter, she'll sit in the kitchen and whine until it gets taken care of. But some dogs don't do that. And their dog is one of them. Cecil, their dog. She's like, he never hops up on doesn't put his paws up on the counter. This time around, unfortunately, he took his turn to eat their money, and then they had to wait for the dog to poop it out. She said they basically recovered, they're down $450.
But so
they recovered $3,500 going through the yard and his crap and taking
he was pooping out full dollars?
No.
I'm
The
so
tiny
confused.
pieces that they had to stitch
and they
together.
Taped them?
And it's still legal tender after that?
It's still legal tender. I mean, she said if you can stitch
Also, this
it,
is why you wash your hands after you handle cash.
Oh my
Right.
gosh.
Yeah. Their bank said this happens sometimes, so there's a process. If you can stitch together a bill with enough of the serial numbers, the bank will take it back and replace it with a fresh note. But you have to hand them all this shrimpy money.
Yeah.
She said he threw up some of the money and he crapped the rest of it out, but it was in pieces. So, I mean, that's how much people love their pets. Because anyone else, like if this was a family member who did something, you'd have to stop yourself from murdering them. These people are like, he's a good boy. He's very fancy.
Really doesn't know. I mean, I'd probably just do the same thing and sift through my
You have
dog's
to.
poop and
You're not going
and
to
be
set
like,
fire to
"Ah,
$4,000.
That's crazy,
I love my
dude.
dog.
I know.
I love my stupid dog so much.
How does Miley Cyrus say that, Poundcake?
I love my dog.
The dog's eating the money. Oh, no. What's going on?
Live my dog.
Where's the money,
dude.
Labarksky?
Where's the money? Labarksky. Yeah. This is what happens when you find a stranger in the Alps.
Do you remember the most money you've ever had in cash at one time?
In cash?
Yeah, because I mean...
just when I was if I was working somewhere and walking a deposit to the... You mean physically on my person or my money?
Physically on your person, like cash in hand.
Yeah, taking those locked zip deposit bags to the bank when I was managing Blockbuster Video.
Well,
you're taking like 28
He means
grand
like your
to the-
money.
Well, that's why I asked. My
Yeah.
money or on my person?
Yes, your money. Not
My
on your
money.
Because I had to get change when I worked at Hollister. I had to go to the strip club and get change. I wasn't counting that, but me, like personal money, like I don't think I've ever had $4 grand on.
Well,
me.
no,
That
that's
would be
what,
dumb.
but that's why I don't know why they had, and they wouldn't say. By the way, she was like, "It's nobody's business."
Drug
I'm like,
dealing.
Well, you had. I mean, there are a couple of hippies, but it's like.
You
don't mean
even
anything.
more so.
So, right. Who knows?
Mushroom.
You know.
That's just our fentanyl money.
Fentanyl money. This is our fentanyl money. This is our grocery money. This is our mortgage. No, I mean, I can't imagine I've ever had a lot of cash on me at once, because why would you have a ton of cash on you?
Maybe like $1,000 or $2,000 tops.
Yeah, I
But
think I had to.
I don't think I've ever had more than that. Like
I had
cash.
to put a deposit and rent in. I think this particular person took cash, if I'm not mistaken.
Cash for rent.
I think so.
Talking about somebody selling
Sketchy as
drugs.
hell, yeah.
No.
I had earlier this year I guess it was last year now. God, almost a year ago. After I played Chicago Zanies.
Oh, because you
and
did
I went
the
to that casino. I had
yeah.
like almost $8,000 in cash.
Good God.
Because you
I was
won at the
terrified.
casino?
Yeah, I was terrified to drive with that in my car. Because I was like, if anything happens, like if my car has to get towed or somebody breaks into it, like I stop to get gas and someone tries to steal it or something, like
Yeah, you're
that
a
was
target.
terrifying. Yeah.
So casinos haven't gotten to the point where like they could cut you a cashier's check or
No,
No, they do.
everything is
it's
cash.
all cash.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything is cash.
Gotcha.
Why is that?
They can't slide you a gift card?
Because you have to do cash to put it in. Cash in, cash out.
Mm.
You can't play with anything except cash.
I will give you. a
No,
piece
but
of
I'm just
that
wondering,
card.
just for that reason, why casinos haven't gotten to the point where they convert the cash into a check or a cashier's check or something. They don't do that?
It's an all cash business. No, I've never ever heard of anybody getting paid out in a check.
I haven't
from a
either. I'm just
casino.
saying you would think that in the 21st century, casinos wouldn't
They'll
be.
pay you out like stacks and stacks of money and then be like, do you need an escort to your car?
Right.
Like, they'll have someone walk you out, but
You're on
I've
your
never
own
heard
after
of
that.
any other option.
Yeah. Well, especially since if they see somebody walking out with an escort,
Yes.
now they know who to
Yeah.
follow.
Yeah.
I would ask for an escort if I won $500.
You get jumped and they're going to be pissed.
That's the point. you takes your money and you takes your chances. Could you? I won $350. Could you have somebody escort me to my car, please? There's got to be a minimum on that. Yeah.
I came in with 800, but I.
I'm leaving with 5.
Hey, they escorted me to the casino. I'd like somebody to escort me out. What's the minimum on that?
On what?
The escort.
Asking for an escort?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I've never used it. I have no clue what that would be.
I thought about going to the casino this weekend after some of the shows at Hilarities, and I just the moment that I'm like, oh, but I'm not gonna win, and I remind myself of that, and I just
You might win though.
Well, sometimes
But
you
you-
do.
but
It's
you're
just
not.
people. Well, no,
Yeah.
plenty of people do. It's the people who can't stop themselves.
Right.
But I'm like,
Plenty of people win and they go, "This is great." Mary's talked about it. She's like, "Oh, I won $8,000."
because I had a good amount of cash on me because I was selling the Bill is Real sticker or magnets that I have, and I was like, oh, maybe I should go try and win some money at the casino. But I'm like, you know what? I'd rather just have this wad of cash and not lose any of it.
There you go.
I don't because
I know you
I've
don't
been
like to
watching-
throw your wads willy nilly.
I've been watching more like short gambling videos.
Interesting. The things that you called me an idiot for.
Yes,
That's so
but I
stupid,
never
and
said I
can't
wasn't an
believe you're
idiot.
wasting your time.
But I never said I wasn't an idiot.
Okay.
But you watch it for hours and hours. I watch like
Don't watch it for hours and hours.
You
watch
watch
it for
l-
like a half hour.
you watch it for 7 hours a day.
You're right.
But I was like, oh, maybe I'll go try my luck on a slot machine. I was like, nah, just keep the money. Keep the money that I got.
I mean, I think taking a little bit of it and going to see what can happen. I mean, if you lose it, you lose it, and if you make
Whatever
more,
you're comfortable.
you walk
losing.
out. Yeah. Hey, Bill.
Hey.
No,
Al.
Bill on the phone.
Hey.
Bill in Lakewood on the phone.
Oh, hey, Bill.
Oh yes. Hi, Al.
Hi.
Hate the show. Hi, Bill.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, Bill. How's it going? Hi, Mary.
Hi.
Sorry. Hi.
What's up,
Eric,
Bill?
Mary.
Uh-huh.
I just wanted to. I hate to correct Mary, but I frequent the casinos, and one time I won, a couple thousand, which was nice. But they do give you an option of do you want a check or cash.
Oh,
Where was this?
About half a mile from your studios.
Okay, so the one right downtown. I just wasn't sure if it was in another state or if it was
Yeah, no, they all do. And then, heck, even if you win $100, they'll walk you out. Security.
Well, that's what I thought. I'm like, boy, there just can't be a way. Somebody's got to be making it a little bit more modern than walking out.
Yeah, it really is. And that everything's the only thing they won't do is like wire transfer you money from the casino to your account.
Right.
Well,
Understood.
maybe the super high rollers they will, but the only problem with a urban casino down here is it's can't get enough security to secure the place.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like any business nowadays. You can't get enough people.
Right.
And
you think you'd really put
sometimes
you think casinos will really put a premium on hiring whatever security is required to actually secure the place?
Yeah. If whoever had a chance to go out for a beer or two, you'd be amazed at some of the stories, some of the true things that go on there.
Yeah. So you spend a lot of time there, Bill.
Well, I only work a mile away, too, so my car has a steering problem sometimes.
It keeps steering you to the casino.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
goes
maybe
right to
maybe take some of your winnings and get that list to the left figured out, man.
Or is it time to go to Steering Anonymous?
Uh-huh.
Well, sometimes it goes east to this Racino thing out there, too.
Oh,
yeah.
I see. All right, well.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it. I mean,
don't either.
anytime I get near a casino, my car acts up and I end up in the parking lot. So I don't know what's going on.
All right, well, be safe out there.
Oh, yes, but one more thing. I wanted to wish you guys my first call of 2024. Happy New Year, everyone.
Hey, thanks. You too.
Thanks.
Yeah, okay, well, still hate the show.
Thank
Love you guys.
All right.
And talk
Thank
to
you,
later.
Bill. All right, love you too. There's Bill in Lakewood. Hey, Evan.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Mega dildo.
Mega dildos to you, Evan. What's up?
Hey, Mary's talking about the casino only paying cash. Northfield will actually pay you in tickets if you want, slot machine tickets.
Well, yeah, you can do that where they'll give you like you can ask for it in a ticket. I thought we were talking about like leaving with money.
Now, when they give you the tickets, can you go in and like you can pick like the plushie, or you can have like maybe a handful of candy, or way up on the top they got the Xbox.
Of course.
If you have enough tickets, you can get those.
I would have preferred that over me winning $4,200 and then taking those tickets and putting them right back in the machine and walking home with nothing. But
whoops.
Well, that's what they want you to do, right? I mean, they want to keep that money in house.
They offered it first, and I said, "Hey, sure, I'll take some tickets. I'll just go to the cashier box." And 3 hours later,
no, you did not.
You blew through all the $4,200?
In about 2.5 hours, yes, sir.
Wow. I mean, I gotta tell you,
when it's tickets, it doesn't feel like real money. It feels like casino,
right?
Monopoly money.
Yeah, I get it. That's what they're counting on.
When you got a little drinky poo in you, they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing.
What's the most you've ever won?
7,400. On almost the same machine that Mary won on too.
And how much of that did you walk out with?
That time I was actually in Cleveland, and we left instantly.
Nice.
Good job.
It was my first big win, and they count it in front of everybody. It just feels so weird that you're in the middle of downtown Cleveland getting $7,000 cash counted in front of hundreds of people. It was a football after one of the football games. There was a lot of people there. Felt really not safe, but we ran out of there.
What was your game?
I like the one that Mary won on in that Instagram story. I love those Dragon Links and then the Quick Links too.
The machine.
I'm a freaker flyer. I'm a slot machine freaker flyer. Tables aren't my thing just because too much interaction. I like to be by myself.
I understand.
I like to lose. I like to lose in
lose in solitude. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Good. All right. Thank you, Evan. Good luck out there.
Mary,
Evan out in Lodi.
How much do you play per spin?
I usually play somewhere usually about $5.
Okay.
Yeah. Nothing crazy.
Well, one of these days I'm going to have to get over there.
Do it.
Haven't been over yet.
Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Hey!
Or Juneteenth. Let's do it on
Juneteenth, yeah. I'm going to break here. I'll have another $1,000 for you at 5:30 if you want to go see the band Set It Off. I will have those tickets immediately after the break. Set It Off is coming through on the Deathless Tour. They got a handful of other bands with them, too. They're going to play end of March at the House of Blues.
iHeart Radio.
Alter Ego 2024.
Presented by Capital One. Happening this Saturday starting at 10 p.m.
At the Honda Center.
in Anaheim. Don't miss Fall Out Boy.
The 1975.
The Black Keys.
30 Seconds to Mars.
Bush. Sum 41.
Yellow Card. Lovely, the band.
The Last Dinner Party. Fans with a Veeps All Access subscription can stream the concert live on Veeps.com or via the Veeps app.
Alter Ego taking over.
This Saturday at 10.
Capital One is the proud
Death. Join Payne, Lindsay, and guests as they discuss all things crime, life, mystery, and fun.
Are aliens real?
Based on everything I've learned, I think that the government knows something. I don't know if aliens are real, but I think there's something out there that they know.
Listen to Talking to Death on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Odds are you won't die.
Give stuff away, Give stuff away. Wow, wow.
All right, I'm going to go see the band Set It Off. They are on tour this spring, and they're coming to play the House of Blues. They're on the Deathless tour. They're bringing Crown the Empire, Caskets, and Death by Romy. Down with any of those bands, all four of them. The House of Blues on Saturday night, March the 30th. You can go to Ticketmaster.com for all the details, tickets, whatever. Caller 10, this pair is yours. Good luck. That Deathless tour, end of March. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
on the Buzzard.
WMMS.
I was reading about people who have DirecTV aren't going to be able to see the Browns game because they're in, these satellite providers get into disputes over carriage fees and things like that. And television networks and affiliates have less and less leverage every single year. And people in this area are not going to be able to see that game unless they can figure that out. I don't know what the likelihood is. This kind of thing happens all the time. But most people are much more upset about it when it affects sports broadcasts rather than like, oh, I'm going to miss some TV show you don't like. Browns-Texans game's at 4:30 on Saturday afternoon, and it'll be blacked out for DirecTV subscribers because they're fighting with Tegna, which is the company that owns Channel 3. So I guess you'll have to find like a neighborhood spot or a friend's house or something. They've been pulled off since the end of November from that. So there you go. Enjoy that. I don't know what that means for people around here, but it'll make them angry.
Are you going to find a Browns backer bar to watch, Mary?
No. Maybe. I don't know yet.
Why? Why
well,
maybe?
I haven't really watched this whole season yet, and it does feel bandwagon-y. I haven't watched since they signed Deshaun.
Mm-hmm.
So go back on that. They're in the playoffs. Is this, I don't know. I don't really know how I feel about it.
Deshaun's not playing.
I understand, but that doesn't change the decision that the head office made. I'm surprised you actually flip-flopped as fast as you did.
It was a year and a half.
I thought you were a
2
Chargers
years.
fan.
Well, that's what I mean.
I'm still. I'm just.
Oh, you mean flip to the Chargers?
Here's what I'm excited about.
flip back
I'm
to the
excited for
Browns.
this team because I like this team, and I'm caught up in the hype.
Oh, I didn't know that you had flipped back.
I mean, I just can't help it.
Oh, well, because people.
I've been vested in football. I watch a lot of football, and this team, once Watson was hurt, I was like, oh. And then Flacco came in, I was like, oh, this is really fun. This is really fun to watch.
So a Deshaun Watson-less Browns.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because people were texting me earlier, like, what's Bill mean we? And I said, I assume we means Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
The Big Apple Cleveland Browns backers of New York, Mary, West 52nd.
Okay, that's right by where I am.
I know. It's the Liberty, New York right there. That's a Browns backers bar.
I think that
Probably like 15 people there
the
on game day.
No, it gets. I went when I lived in New York City. I'd go to the Browns backers bar, and it would be packed, like nuts to butts. And that wasn't even when we were really bad at that season. So,
yeah.
in 2019, I did a show out here, and a radio listener, I think his name was Sean. One of our customers came out, and he was like the head of the Browns backers in New York. And I remember him being like, if you're ever in town when they're playing, make sure you come check out our place. But I wasn't. I was here in the summer, and they weren't playing. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know yet.
All right. Well, some teams you can find one or two backers bars. Other teams, they have them all over the place. So there's probably more than one Browns bar in New York.
Probably.
But, barking backers. I love it. Something to look forward to. All right, so you're in, Bill, because Deshaun Watson's out.
Yeah.
Now, will you return to the loving embrace of the L.A. Chargers if he's back? Well, he will be back. They plan on him being back next season?
I'm not thinking that far ahead.
Oh, yeah?
I'm just enjoying what's here to enjoy.
Mm-hmm. Are they favorites against the Texans?
I think they are favored by 2 points, yeah.
Okay.
And then what would be even crazier is if the Steelers win and the Dolphins win, the Browns would have a home playoff. If the Browns win, the Steelers win, and the Dolphins win, the Browns would have a home playoff game for the divisional round.
Wow.
Which would be crazy for Cleveland.
Well, we're getting excited at Casa Cox for the college playoff championship tonight.
Oh, yeah, Michigan.
Wolverines. Yep.
When's the big Michigan gal?
And them Washington Huskies. Both undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
Clash of the Titans.
Should be an exciting game.
Yep. I might even have a few chips.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Treat yourself, buddy.
Yep. I might
No
have some
way.
chips. We got this jalapeno dip I've had my eye on in the fridge for a minute.
What kind of chips, though?
Tostitos.
Okay, good. I thought you were going to be like kale chips or I might treat myself to a little chips
I mean,
and have, they're actually cucumbers, but I call them chips.
I tell you what.
Would you say, Mary, a-hole chips?
Apple chips.
Oh. You know how I love apple
Well,
chips
stop
and
holding your
jalapeno
tongue
dip?
when you say it.
I don't know.
Oh, man. What, Poundcake?
I am such a hoe for those hint of lime Tostito chips. Like I can eat those without any salsa. Like those, I get those all the time because I will inevitably.
You just like anybody hinting at anything, don't you?
No, but like when I finish the salsa, usually I finish the salsa before I finish the chips. So I'm like, I don't mind just eating these by themselves because they're just good chips. I've never had chips that were like infused with lime flavoring, so they're good.
You've never had chips that had lime flavoring on them? That's not an uncommon combination.
I had never had.
Wow, so it changed your
corn
life.
chips?
Yeah, tortilla chips.
Yeah,
Tortilla chips with a hint of lime is not like a
Tostitos, unless it was like
yeah.
some
Those have been around a
off-brand.
long time.
Well, they did it, and I usually get those. I'm such a hoe for those.
He's a chip hoe.
I'm a hoe for those.
A hoe for chips. All right, well, I've got another $1,000 here for you now that we're back with the Buzzard bookie. You could get a lot of things. I don't know how many bags of Tostitos chips you could get with $1,000. You could get 310 gallons of gas.
Ooh.
You could get 13 dozen roses. You get 222 dozen eggs. Anybody need that many eggs?
I don't think anybody needs that many eggs.
You get 91 movie tickets. All right, listen, whatever you want to do with it, who cares? I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I was reading about a clown college lawsuit. Clowns are suing a website called clowns.com.
Sounds simple enough.
For wage theft. Because they say that there is the former employees are saying that they're being taken advantage of. Speaking of clowns, I couldn't help but think that Trump is going for the juggalo voter. Everybody's making fun of him for that magnets thing. And I'm sure we all had the same thought. Did you hear him talking about magnets?
Yeah, he said if you pour water on them, those magnets don't work.
They don't
anymore.
work.
They had an almost $1 billion cost overrun on the magnetic elevators. Think of it, magnets. Now, all I know about magnets is this. Give me a glass of water. Let me drop it on the magnets. That's the end of the magnets.
Yeah, I don't. People are making fun of him. He's a grade A moron, so there's nothing to make fun of. I just assumed that it was calculated, and he's trying to get. I had to assume that we all were probably thinking the same thing. He's going for that juggalo vote. Whether or not the juggalos were part of clowns.com, I don't know.
Water, fire, air, and dirt. magnets, how do they work?
I don't know if they ever found out.
I don't think water stops them.
No, water does not stop them. Nope. So people have filed a class clown action lawsuit against clowns.com, saying that what does every other business do? It has come for clowns.com. You are not an employee. You are an independent contractor.
Independent fielder.
And so they're out there on Long Island, clowns.com, and these clowns say that they're being taken advantage of, that they weren't paid for the time that they had to load their equipment. You know how, not theoretically, but they say that flight attendants don't get paid until that door shuts. All the other stuff, until the door of that plane shuts, until a window flies out, that's when they're getting paid. And so these clowns are upset. I wasn't aware that there were still people going to clown college to get jobs at clowns.com. I would think you could just, I don't know what the audition process is, but, people, have you ever met a clown? You ever know someone who professionally clowned?
Yeah.
No.
They take it very seriously.
I thought they weren't supposed to say.
What's that?
I thought it was like if you're a mascot, you're not supposed to say that you're a clown or like a mascot for something.
Well, I don't know. No, I don't think that mascot law applies to clowns. I mean, clowns are...
It's different.
Yeah, it's different.
What was the Fizbo from Modern Family?
Modern Family? Fizbo. Yeah, one woman said that clowns.com, when she got COVID and couldn't work, her bosses didn't believe her and, in fact, sent her a bunch of QAnon videos about the pandemic. Who would have thought that the people behind clowns.com were nut jobs and then retaliated against her after she quit, causing her to lose her new job as a music teacher? Think about that. Clowns.com retaliating against her. Probably jump out in the parking lot and spray her eyes with flowers.
Also,
take a whiff of my posy.
It also makes sense that a clown would get COVID. They weren't social distancing. You ever see how many they put in a car?
Or wearing masks.
Yeah, they can't wear masks. They're touching all them
that
balloon
makeup.
animals. Yep. The clowns say that clowns.com cheaped out on their costumes and made them wear unwearable shoes. Boy, it is a different world when you're a professional clown. I mean, things that you'd never consider. And everybody's going to give you a...
These shoes are way too big! Clowns.com.
These aren't my size.
Shoes. I said my shoe size, and these are way too big.
Maybe they thought they were way too small. These giant shoes are too small. I asked for a couple of giant gunboats. So the clowns, people, it's no laughing matter when you talk about wage theft and people being not paid for all of the time that they do their work. And then you throw on top of that the clowns.com higher-ups sending out QAnon videos. That ain't no fun. It is, as the article puts it, no laughing matter. You just want to bring joy to adults and children alike. Clown college. Now, sure, there are people even within the clown community. You can't find consensus. There are people who will look down on you because you didn't go to clown university.
A lot of guys that went to clown university.
Yeah, you tell him.
Yeah, take that, guys.
Take that.
A lot of dudes that definitely went to clown university.
Oh, yeah?
Explain.
Please.
Yeah,
I'll bite.
Okay. I text them, and they respond 2 days later, and then they expect me to text them back? Absolutely not. You're a clown.
Oh, that's the clown university they're going to.
Yep, they learned that from clown university.
Gotcha. I mean, I was just making the distinction between a college and university.
What's the thought process behind that being taught at a university?
Because there's no way that they're that stupid. There's no way that they had to learn that from someone or somewhere.
Maybe they were just...
They had to be taught to not text you back?
What if they were talking to other people and they just didn't get to you until 2 days later when those other people stopped responding to them?
Nope, clown.
I feel like that's fine.
Nope.
You're just lower on their list.
Nope.
It's okay.
No, you're a clown. Don't add in no kissy eyes or not kissy eyes, the little heart eyes and a little kissy face, and then expect me to respond after I text you 2 days before. Oh, no, absolutely not. Clown.
All right, well, we've learned something else. If Poundcake texts you, you better text him back. What's the maximum amount of time that can go by before you consider them a graduate of Clown University?
I mean, if they're at work, unless they're like a nurse,
Well, if
they're
they
not
were working a double shift.
They're not. Like 12 hours. I'll give you 12 hours. That's enough time for you to do your shift, get home, see my text.
What's the text about?
If it's someone that I'm courting or something.
Right.
Something
Okay,
that I'm
so like
talking to.
what's the text that you sent? Like,
Hey babe, how's your day?
So what you're trying to impart to a new relationship is that you're wildly impatient.
That's not wildly impatient.
That's a quality
2 days
that's a
later,
quality that 2 days?
I said, you text me 2 days later and you're like, "Oh, my day was fine. Sorry. How you doing?" And then send the kissy face.
What if they're in secret ops and they're on a mission and they didn't have their phone because they were undercover?
And they can't tell you.
Yeah.
Well, then they don't need to be with me anyways.
Yeah, but they want to be with you, but they can't tell you.
Well, then I don't want to be with them.
You do want to be with them.
I need my
but
man
it's-
that's available.
But it's the right guy for you.
Available for what? You said, how was your day?
That's me initiating a response. I want to hear from you. I want to talk to you. I don't care about how your day was. I'm trying to talk.
Oh, you don't care?
No, I don't care.
Well, then why send how was your day?
Because that is
Why not
usually
send sup?
Maybe you should be more engaging.
Well, I would be engaging if they don't wait 2 days to respond to my text.
Is this text or like Instagram?
This is text.
Text.
No, it's even worse because then I'll text them and then I'll go to their Instagram and see that they were active 15 minutes ago. I'm like, oh, bitch, you a clown. You a clown.
Send a meme.
No, I'm not going to send them a meme. I want them to know that I seen them. Like, have you ever seen, I know I'm not the only one that's seen that, where you text someone, they don't reply, but then you see that they were active, like, on
Who
their
cares?
phone.
All the time.
Yeah,
who cares?
It doesn't matter.
Well, then
Everybody's living their own life.
Well, maybe I'm the clown.
Maybe you're the graduate of Clown University.
And
How the
plot
tables
thickens.
have turned.
Yeah, I'm the clown.
He's coming to a different conclusion all of a sudden.
All along.
Yeah. All right.
Clown.com just takes you to Cody's Instagram.
I got a break. Want to send a text? 35192 is how you get me there. You can watch live if you like, AlanCoxShow.com, and listen wherever on the iHeart Radio app.
There are many harsh lessons to be learned from the gambling
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples Print Big Sale means the more you print, the more you save. Get $20 off your print purchase of $100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of $300 or more. Ends 2/10/24. See staples.com/print for details. Print more, save more at Staples.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
The Buzzard. The Buzzard. Alan Cox Show on The Buzzard.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Three 35192. Want to send me a text? If you want to watch live at AlanCoxShow.com, you can thank Beat DeTexans for helping out. D apostrophe. That's a wild name. Is that are the DeTexans a local family?
I don't know. I don't know these people.
You're the one putting them in a position of
Yeah,
authority
I don't
for
ask that
4
much
hours.
question.
Oh, okay.
It's not even for 4 hours.
There's no vetting
during the show. They're hired to do one thing.
Yeah.
Set up the website.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Wow. No vetting. I mean, how do we know that these people can do what they say they can do?
I don't know. They always seem to get it done.
They do.
Pretty
So far,
simple.
it's paid off.
It honestly would be easier if I just did it myself, but because I have to explain everything to them, a new person every day, which is stupid.
You don't just hand them like a best practices book or something?
No, I
and
hover over their shoulder.
Wow. But I thought they worked remotely.
I know. That's how it takes a lot of time.
You have to go to...
They're working remotely. I'm not.
Yeah.
I got to drive to their houses.
Oh, man. That sucks. Does that clown thing with Poundcake apply to an FWB? A friend with benefits?
No, because they don't have the same, rules as a relationship.
Same rules. Different rules.
Well, you're not in a relationship with this person yet. You're just talking to him.
Well, he said it was a new relationship, right?
No, I'm saying the courting phase, but I'm not courting a FWB. That's a friends with benefits.
Right.
No, it's not the same. Now, if they stand me up, no one likes to get stood up, so you are a clown, but that's any person.
So, first time, this is no 3 strikes and you're out. First time, dunzo. Out and Z. That's what you're saying. While you're courting someone, you give them no leeway.
Well, yes, now. I don't give them any
Now.
leeway now.
Oh.
Back in the day, I used to give chance because I had low self-esteem, and I just needed a partner to make me feel validated, but that's not the case now. Now I don't care. I'm like, okay, well, you're wasting my time.
Now you can validate yourself.
Well, I mean, I rather be unhappy by myself than be unhappy in a relationship.
Amen.
Yeah, I get that.
I can entertain myself, but why am I entertaining someone who's in my face and in my space? It's not worth it to me. I can be miserable. I could do bad all by myself.
Well, no. I mean, no one's suggesting that you would stay in a relationship with somebody who made you feel awful. I'm talking about a situation where it's going okay.
But it wouldn't be going okay if something like that, if I text someone.
So right
2
out the gate.
days, unless you had a great explanation, I
don't want to talk to you until now.
Then you're not the guy for me, buddy.
No, but what if they were to tell you, "Oh, I'm sorry, I that hasn't been an issue with some other people. I didn't realize that was an issue for you. I'll do better." If you come all guns blazing, so get the hell out of here. You never get to that point.
I would just send him the clown emoji, and then I just wouldn't respond.
Just the clown emoji.
I'm like, okay, you're wasting my time. And then if he called me, I'm like, oh, wait, I'm sorry. I just, things have gotten crazy. Someone died. You got to make it good. You got to lay it on thick. Someone died.
Rick Rufus Kroll died. I wasn't near my phone.
Sorry.
My 8th grandmother is no longer with us.
I forgot about that until you brought that up, Bill. But yes, that's one of the instances where I don't give any leeway because I have been embarrassed publicly, on the air, for someone who just, if you didn't want to come see me, all you had to do was say you ain't want to come see me or you can't make it happen. Why create this whole elaborate story and then make a fake news article to just say that?
The effort.
You have to respect the work. You have to respect. I mean,
Could have just blocked you.
You got to at
And
least.
I was going for it because I had low self-esteem. I wouldn't have brought it up on the show if I thought he was lying. And everyone's doing their research, and I had the news article pulled up, and yeah.
Oh, that was one of my favorite days.
That was one of my least favorite days.
Okay, got catfished. Rick Rufus Kroll.
Not even catfish.
wasn't
He got
catfish. The guy-
excuse fished.
Yeah, like he was going to come down from Michigan and spend time with me, and he was going to visit. And then to say that his friend, he got into a car accident with his friend died, showed the newspaper article, and I didn't put two and two together because I'm in a froth, as Alan would say, that I'm like, wait a minute, how did the newspaper article go that fast? If he got into the accident like that night, how did he have, they have the
They don't do
picture?
afternoon editions anymore.
I was like, it was the day of, and he sent me the newspaper article, and he had his friend's name. Like, this is all like Googleable. And I just took it at face value because I'm like, oh, why would he lie? But dudes lie. So no, you're getting the clown emoji first time now. I don't have time to waste.
Rick Rufus Kroll ruined it for all of your subsequent boyfriends.
I forgot about it. Damn it, Bill. I really forgot about that. Now I'm going to be in my feelings for the new year because I didn't even, that was one of the instances, but I've had many. Getting stood up on dates, find out people were married, finding out people had secret foreskin.
Maybe you just go too hard from the jump and they're getting that energy off you.
I did go too hard for the jump. I can take accountability for that, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be as gullible now. Like, my feelings.
Well, I'm not talking about gullibility. I mean, just like chill out. Give people some leeway.
I'm not giving. Well, for instance, for the Rick Rufus Kroll,
They'll leave their wives eventually.
Get out of
situation.
That's really rough.
How often has that happened? The married man thing.
It doesn't happen anymore, but it's happened in the past. I don't know how many times. I don't know. Enough.
It's been a while though.
It hasn't been for very many years because again, it was hot when again, someone who has low self-esteem, it was hot because I'm like, oh, he's risking his life and his relationship.
Oh, so you were kind of seeking it out in a way.
No, it wasn't. But they would always find me because I can believe that I give off that energy. Like everyone looks at me and they just think secret. Like they're okay with that. I give off that vibe, as Alan would say. Like as Alan says, like I seem like the type to keep a secret. Now I'm not, but I look like.
Well,
the
and
type.
you talk about it too.
Has there been?
I tell them my job. They know.
Have there been any nature of the knocks recently?
Have I been with any straight guys? No.
You growing up?
Well, are you talking about like physically or virtually? Because I get D pics all the time.
Okay. Now, I'm talking about like the guys that like we're gonna go out drinking and then I'm gonna sleep over and then you get the.
Nature of the knock.
No, that was a very
Yay! Are you up? I can't sleep. I'm scared.
Come hold me.
That was a very particular time in my life. That was college where everyone there's no need for a guy to sleep over my house, unless his car was stolen or something. Like there's no people have lives now, so it's not as easily attainable as it was in college or like when I was fresh out of college. Now people have to seek it out, and everyone has their location turned on. Everyone's phone is pinged or their car is pinged, so it's not as easy now.
I forget that people have locations turned on.
And
we have it for my daughter has it turned on for me, and I have it turned on for her, and she'll just be like, from time to time, she's like, "Where are you? What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Why are you worried about where I am at 11 o'clock at night? Don't worry about it."
Yeah, and if you turn it off, it looks fishy, like you're doing something you're not
And
supposed to do.
she's just nosy. Like,
no,
she's just nosy.
She says texting you, "Where are you?"
Yeah, she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm just out. Leave me
What are
alone."
you doing?
Yeah, straight guys will do stuff that they know they can get away with. So if they send me a quick Snapchat, or not Snapchat because I don't have Snap anymore, but you know how Instagram you could get like the disappearing, the vanish mode or whatever. They'll send me like a deep pic and then it'll go away, and that's about it. But no one's coming over to my house to nature of the knock me.
Wake up.
Not throw a
Coming
rock
on
at
like
my
Marvin
window.
Gaye.
Throw a rock at my window. Hey, are you up?
You have to invite me in. It's like a vampire. How do I work it's like Salem's Lot. How do I work your shower? Hey, it's awfully cold in here. Come be a human blanket. Yeah, I mean, again, let's be real. You were never dealing with straight guys. You were dealing with married guys.
Or like closeted guys. And
Yeah.
And like I said, at the time, I thought it was hot because it was like the forbidden fruit. Like they're breaking up their marriage or whatever for me. And then I'm like,
why would that be hot?
Because he feels
'Cause he had low
wanted.
self-esteem.
Like
the
he's
forbidden
better
fruit.
than the wife.
Or like you're seeking
Yeah,
after
because the wife wasn't a guy.
Right. That makes Cody feel good.
That wasn't in my head. I'm like, oh, this guy, he needs something that he needs fulfilled.
And you thought
so-
only you could fulfill it.
Right. But
I see.
I wasn't.
But it could have been any dude
I wasn't thinking like that.
who
I
was willing to.
He saw something in me that he needed. I just.
I see.
I completed him.
I can fix him.
I completed
I'll
him.
be his guide to gayness.
Yeah, but that also doesn't sound like a situation where you would get attached.
Well, no.
So if he goes back home, what do you care?
I didn't, but it was just it was sad because I'm like, oh, he's lying, he's cheating, regardless if it's with a guy or a girl, he's still cheating, and I'm like,
And not respectfully.
It's not respectfully, and it doesn't matter. I don't care right now because it's not my relationship. Now, if it's my relationship, then I care a lot, and then I'm like, well, you're gonna get what you get. So I'm prepared to get what I get because I have done a lot of dirt over the years. I probably shut up.
Hey, I'm gonna make some crescent rolls. Do you want that?
Crescent roll.
Do I set the stove to 350 or 375?
How do you use preheat?
Hey,
do you have any cooking spray?
Where's your Pam? Can I just put Crisco on the tray?
Oh my gosh, go away.
Hey, do you have any aluminum foil?
Hey,
do you put it right on there?
Hey, I'm trying to make some twice baked potatoes.
Do you like the combination or pepperoni pizza rolls better?
Hey, do you have Totinos or?
I don't like this whispering. It's very ASMR. I don't like it.
It's very popular with the kids. What are you talking about?
No nature of the knock. But yeah.
All right.
Hey, Cody, I flushed, but it didn't go down.
Now that would happen. That's my karma.
Do you have a plunger?
Do you have a plunger?
It didn't go down. Hey, it didn't go down.
It's not the length, it's the girth.
There's water. Hey, there's water all over your floor.
Hey, which is your least favorite knife?
Do you have a mop? Hey. Goddamn. Butter knife. Yeah, is there a butter knife?
Do you only have one knife in this whole apartment? How do you spread butter with a chef's knife?
You gotta tell your neighbor their water is going through the floor into their ceiling.
I can't tell them I don't live here. Hey.
I think your car got stolen again.
That would be a worse.
Hey, there's somebody outside.
Do you drive a Kia?
Do you drive a Kia?
Don't even joke. Don't even joke. Then people
I
get
threw
it.
crescent rolls in his head, but he didn't leave. Hey. What's your least favorite knife?
The funny thing is, I have an answer for that.
Yeah, of course. It's the paring knife.
Yeah.
If a guy needed a poop knife, he's out. That's another deal breaker.
When people text me and they go, Poundcake acts like he's some prize. But isn't everybody supposed to act like they're a prize? Why wouldn't you act like that?
So
you
wait,
are to somebody.
Was I acting like a prize before when I was doing all the sneaking around? Or am I acting like a prize now because I want to be a better person and have morals and not break up a happy home or,
Yeah,
be
you don't want
with
to
a
be the
guy.
reason.
Yeah, or whatever. Just I want to be chosen and not be a secret. I want to be the one that you cheat on, not the one you cheat with. I'm trying to upgrade myself.
Oh, man, that's twisted.
Because then I get some sympathy. They're like, ugh, your man.
Hey, my wife flushed a tampon. Now it's really bad. It really swelled up.
Swelled up.
Hey, you a bitch.
Oh, goddamn.
Not to snort.
Mm-hmm. I don't even have anything. I just love it.
Nothing else to say.
Oh, I love it.
Hey, Cody, which of these bags of clothes has your underwear?
Any one of them, actually.
Yeah, are you still pulling your wardrobe out of garbage bags?
Yes, but I have a strategy. Like, I do a bag that has a particular, it has some clothes that I want to wash in it, and then after I'm done with that bag, I move on to the next
You've been there for like 8 months?
But I have clothes that I wear weekly, so every time I do laundry, I wear more clothes. Like, it's, I don't know what
Did
to
you get
tell
any clothes for Christmas? Did they go right into the bag?
I got shoes.
Yeah.
I got like dress shirts, but I always get like dress shirts. But no, like, because I can only do like a couple loads at a time.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of clothes, and I don't think I've ever since I've been an adult, even in college, I don't think I've ever had all of my clothes washed and hung up at the same time. I just have too many clothes. Shirts I don't wear that often.
Hey, how many loads can you do? Because I got one more.
Come on, man.
I was changing the drum liner. I have a big, like a big garbage can next to the work sink in the basement, and I was changing it out, and I pull this giant drum liner out. I'm like looking at it going, Poundcake fills these with clothes.
This is a wardrobe.
This is his dresser.
I mean, I did like some get rid of stuff in the big old like hefty
you're gonna
bag.
donate it.
But I pay for laundry, and I maybe do $6 worth of laundry every time I do laundry. And it's like $2 a load, wash and dry.
Oh, that's a big
No,
load.
2, 4, 6, 8. So $8 worth. So if I do 2 loads, that's going to be another $2 when I dry them. I'm not doing hundreds of dollars worth of laundry.
No, it's expensive.
Over my 4 bags. Like, I could go home, but that's another day in itself. I'm going to spend an entire day at my mom's house or my brother's house doing clothes that I'm not going to wear for.
Why don't you get rid of those clothes if you're not even wearing them?
Because he'd rather his apartment look like a donation center for the
They
criminals.
don't. They're shoved in a closet. No one sees them.
Someone's at your door.
How much is this flannel shirt? Doesn't have a price tag on it. I really want this one.
There's stains on it. You don't want that one.
I like the stains. They taste good. Hey, how much is this shirt?
Let me see it. Hold it up.
It won't go down. Hey, it won't go down. Oh, no. And the only thing in the house that won't. Man. All right. Well, listen, you stick to your guns, young man.
I'm allowed to evolve.
No one's saying otherwise.
The fantasy itself is still hot, but I don't like everything that comes with it. I don't want to deal with the married men or like the baby mama drama or all that stuff. Like even a man that's not married, but he's in the closet, I'm not doing that anymore. No way. Because I've worked so hard to be out and be proud. And
yeah, you're not there to train someone.
And this guy's like, well, it's my deal with yourself, work within yourself first, and then you'll find a man to deal with that. I can't there's nothing about me that's in the closet.
You got that right.
Well.
Hey, there's nothing in this closet. I want to take a shower. There's no towels.
Look again. I got a robe for you.
You have towel. Where's a robe? You have a robe.
Behind the bathroom door.
I need a robe. I don't want to come in there just wearing nothing. I got a crescent roll somewhere. Stuck. Hey, boy. All right. Hey, listen. I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to get along, little doggy. There's another $1,000 on the way at 6:30, so don't sleep on any of these keywords since we're back in it for the new year. For 2024, $1,000 in the Buzzard bookie on the way. So we'll take a break and come right back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart Radio app.